watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station.
Welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. With your moderator, Rachel Shannon, presidential anchor Kayla Myers, and Germantown anchor Michaela Amos, state anchor Emily Wolf, and U.S. Senate anchor Justin Rowland, U.S. House anchor Cooper Turrell, and gubernatorial anchor Sidney Armstrong, and political analyst Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2012. Now here's your moderator, Rachel Shannon.
Good evening and welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. I'll be your moderator for this evening, Rachel Shannon. Tonight, 30 years after GHS-TV's first live cable cast of Election Night, we are still bringing you the election results on local, state, and national levels. GHS-TV's exclusive exit poll results will give you an insight into how your local community is voting tonight. And remember, GHS-TV is the only media outlet that will be bringing you results right from the voting precincts. Tonight's hot topic, the presidential fight to the finish between Democratic incumbent Barack Obama and Republican Governor Mitt Romney, will determine the direction the country will take. For the very first time, the city of Germantown will elect a municipal school board from a pool of 8 candidates. This board will govern the new Germantown municipal school system that will be separate from any county or unified school system. Staying close to home, we will also be covering the 3 Germantown alderman races. In addition, we will keep you updated on which candidates will represent the state of Tennessee and the United States Senate, as well as the House of Representatives. We will also be bringing you results from the Senate, House, and on the gubernatorial races throughout the country. Tonight, we will hear from political analysts Ruth Dunning and Frank Bluestein, who will not only provide a general election overview, but who will also talk with local, state, and national political candidates. To start our show, let's check in with Kayla Myers, who will be covering the presidential election throughout the night. Take it away, Kayla.
Thanks, Rachel. Tonight, we bring you the results of what's looking like one of the closest elections in American history. The 2 candidates are incumbent President Barack Obama and former Massachusetts Governor Mitt Romney. The magic number tonight is 270. That's how many electoral votes either candidate will need in order to claim the White House. In this presidential election, both candidates have strongly focused their time and energy campaigning for various issues that concern the American people. The top issues on their domestic agenda are the economic concerns for middle-class families and the current state of the healthcare system. Globally, foreign relations, especially Middle Eastern affairs, are another important issue. Their stances on these issues will not only affect how the American people will vote, but also overall voter turnout. All eyes are on 9 toss-up states that may make or break a candidate's chance at the presidency. Throughout the night, I will keep you updated on how each of these swing states progress by bringing you the latest polls and information. So stay with us to find out. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Kayla. Now, Kayla, there are a number of battleground states this election, 9 to be exact, but which 3 could really determine this election?
Well, Rachel, I would say those 3 states are Florida, Ohio, and Virginia. Ohio could really help bring President Obama past those 270 electoral votes that he needs. And Governor Romney really needs Florida, Ohio, Virginia, and 1 other battleground state if he really wants to get near those 270 votes.
Thanks, Kayla. Now let's go over to Michaela Amos, who will be covering the Germantown alderman and school board races this evening. Michaela?
Thank you, Rachel. Tonight we will be looking at the races right here in Germantown. Throughout the night, we will keep you updated with our exclusive GHS-TV exit polls, as well as providing you with actual results later in the evening. In tonight's alderman races, positions 3, 4, and 5 are up for election. Some of the important issues in this year's alderman race have been the new municipal schools, ambulance services, and an increase in sales tax in the city of Germantown. We will also be bringing you updates about Germantown's first ever municipal school board races, in which 8 candidates are vying for 5 positions. Keep in mind that most of the Germantown candidates will be here in the studio later to be interviewed. Stay with us for exit polls showing how Germantown residents voted and actual results later in the evening. And I do have some of those exit polls here for you right now. Let's take a look at them now. So I'm going to start with our overall totals, and these do include early voting and absentee ballots. So looking at our overall results in our Alderman position 3, we have incumbent Mike Palazzolo leading with 76% of the vote to his challenger Sidney Kewins 24%. Looking at our Alderman position 4 race, we currently have Forrest Owens leading with 60% of the vote to incumbent Mark Billingsley's 40%. Looking at our Alderman position 5 race, we have a very close race in which Kyle Wiggins is leading with 51% of the vote to Rocky Yonda's 49%. And looking at our school board position 3 race, we currently have Natalie Williams leading with 73% of the vote to her opponent Sammy Job's 27%. And moving on to our last race, our school board position 4 race, we currently have former Germantown Alderman Lisa Parker leading with 43% of the vote to Brett Brockway's 40% and Edgar Babian's 17%. And I'm going to break those races down for you by precinct. And again, remember as I read these that these are just exit polls and there is a 5% margin of error. So looking at our Alderman position 3 race in precinct 1, we currently have incumbent Mike Palazzolo leading with 79% of the vote to his opponent Sidney Kewins 21%. Moving on to precinct 2, we currently have Palazzolo leading again with 77% of the vote to Kewins 23%. Looking at precinct 3, we have Palazzolo leading again with 71% of the vote to Sidney Kewins 29%. Moving on to precinct 4, we currently have Palazzolo leading again with 77% of the vote to Kewins 23%. Moving on to precinct 5, Palazzolo has a large lead with 90% of the vote compared to Kewins 10%. And moving on to precinct 6, he has a large lead again with 80% of the vote compared to Kewins 20%. And precinct 7 is inactive this year, so we'll be moving right along to precinct 8, where Palazzolo is leading again with 73% of the vote to Kewins 27%. Looking at precinct 9, Palazzolo has the same percentages as he did in precinct 8, 73 to Kewins 27. Looking at precinct 10, Palazzolo has 70% of the vote to Kewins 30. And looking at precinct 11, Palazzolo has 74% of the vote to Kewins 26. And looking at precinct 12, Palazzolo has 81% of the vote to Kewins 19. That's the largest lead he's had all night. And finally, looking at precinct 3, Kewin is leading in one precinct, it appears, with 64% of the vote to Palazzolo's 36%. And now let's move on to our Alderman position 2 race. And again, I would like to remind you that these are just exit polls and not actual results. So in position 4 at precinct 1, we currently have Forrest Owens leading with 65% of the vote to Mark Billingsley's 35%. Looking at precinct 2, Owens is leading with 73% of the vote to Billingsley's 27%. Moving on to precinct 3, we currently have Owens leading again with 57% of the vote to Billingsley's 43%. Looking at precinct 4, we currently have Forrest Owens leading again with 66% of the vote to Mark Billingsley's 34%. Moving on to precinct 5, we currently have Owens leading with 53% of the vote to Mark Billingsley's 47%. Moving right along to precinct 6, we currently have Owens leading again with 61% of the vote to Billingsley's 39%. And again, precinct 7 is inactive, so let's move right on to precinct 8, where Owens is leading with 66% of the vote to Billingsley's 34%. Looking at precinct 9, Owens is leading with 74% of the vote to Billingsley's 26%. Moving on to precinct 10, we have a very close race there, with Owens leading with 51% of the vote to Billingsley's 49%. Moving on to precinct 11, we currently have Owens leading with 56% of the vote to Billingsley's 44%. Looking at precinct 12, we currently have Billingsley leading with 55% of the vote to Owens' 45%. And finally, looking at precinct 13, we currently have Owens leading again with 55% of the vote to Billingsley's 45%. So now let's move on to our Alderman position 5 race. Looking at precinct 1, we currently have a tie with Rocky Yonda and Kyle Wiggins both holding 50% of the vote. Moving on to precinct 2, we currently have Kyle Wiggins in the lead with 55% of the vote to Rocky Yonda's 45%. Moving on to precinct 3, we currently have Wiggins leading again with 59% of the vote to Yonda's 41%. Looking at precinct 4, we currently have yet another tie with Yonda and Wiggins both holding 50% of the vote. Looking at precinct 5, we currently have Wiggins in the lead again with 54% of the vote to Yonda's 46%. Looking at precinct 6, we have Wiggins in the lead with 70% of the vote to Yonda's 30%. Moving on to precinct 8, we have Wiggins in the lead again with 53% of the vote to Rocky Yonda's 47%. Moving on to precinct 9, we have Rocky Yonda in the lead with 65% of the vote to Kyle Wiggins' 35%. Looking at Precinct 10, we currently have Yonda in the lead again with 61% of the vote to Wiggins's 39. Moving on to Precinct 11, Yonda's in the lead again with 52% of the vote to Wiggins's 48. Moving on to Precinct 12, we have Wiggins in the lead with 54% of the vote to Yonda's 46. And looking at Precinct 13, we currently have Wiggins in the lead with 54% of the vote to Yonda's 46. So that is obviously a very close race that we will have to keep an eye on. And now looking at our school board position 3 race. Looking at Precinct 1, we currently have Natalie Williams leading with 66% of the vote to Sammy Job's 34. Moving on to Precinct 2, we currently have Williams leading again with 78% of the vote to Sammy Job's 22. Looking at Precinct 3, we have Williams leading again with 72% of the vote to Job's 28. Looking at Precinct 4, Williams is leading again with 73% of the vote to Job's 27. Moving on to Precinct 5, we have Williams in the lead again with 67% of the vote to Sammy Job's 33. Moving on to Precinct 6, we have Williams in the lead again with 73% of the vote to Job's 27. And again, Precinct 7 is inactive this year, so let's move on to Precinct 8, where we have Williams in the lead again with 74% of the vote to Sammy Job's 26. Moving on to Precinct 9, we have Williams in the lead again with 76% of the vote to Job's 24. Moving right along to Precinct 10, we have Williams in the lead again with 77% of the vote to Job's 23. Looking at Precinct 11, we have Williams in the lead again with 73% of the vote to Job's 27. Looking at Precinct 12, we have Williams with an even larger lead, holding 83% of the vote over Job's 17. And finally, in Precinct 13, we have her in the lead again, holding 67% of the vote over Job's 33. And now moving on to our last race, which is the school board position 4 race. I would like to remind you yet again that these are just exit polls, not actual results, and there is a 5% margin of error. So looking at Precinct 1, we currently have former Germantown Alderman Lisa Parker leading with 53% of the vote to Brent Brockway's 32 and Edgar Babian's 15. Looking at Precinct 2, we currently have Parker in the lead again with 59% of the vote to Brockway's 22 and Babian's 20. Moving on to Precinct 3, we currently have Brent Brockway in the lead with 54% of the vote to Parker's 30 and Babian's 16. Looking at Precinct 4, we have Brockway in the lead with 56% of the vote to Parker's 35 and Babian's 9. Moving on to Precinct 5, we currently have Parker in the lead with 56% of the vote to Brockway's 30 and Babian's 14. Moving on to Precinct 6, we currently have Brockway in the lead with 39% of the vote to Parker's 35 and Babian's 26. Moving right along to Precinct 8, we currently have Parker in the lead again with 50% of the vote to Brockway's 37 and Babian's 12. Moving on to Precinct 9, we currently have Parker in the lead again with 42% of the vote to Babian's 30 and Brockway's 28. Looking at Precinct 10, we have Parker in the lead again with 38% of the vote to Brent Brockway's 32 and Babian's 30. Moving right along to Precinct 11, we currently have Parker in the lead again with 48% of the vote to Brockway's 39 and Babian's 13. Moving right along to Precinct 12, we currently have Brent Brockway with 48% of the vote, Parker with 42, and Edgar Babian with 9. And finally, in Precinct 13, we have Lisa Parker leading with 43% of the vote to Babian's 36 and Brockway's 21. And that's all the exit polls that I have for you, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Michaela. Now, Michaela, the local anchor's job for obtaining results is different from any of the other races as far as how the results are gathered. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, Rachel, as you just saw, we do have our own exclusive GHS-TV exit polls, and we are the only station in the Mid-South that brings you exit polls showing you exactly how you, the Germantown residents, voted. And our exit polls usually are within 2% accuracy of the actual results, so there is a 5% margin of error. So it'll be interesting to see if that holds up as the night goes on. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Michaela. Now let's go over to Emily Wolf, who will be covering the Tennessee state races throughout the night. Emily?
Thanks, Rachel. There are many critical races here in the state of Tennessee, and I will be bringing you as many exit polls and results as possible. I'll be keeping you updated on the Tennessee House and Senate races and other issues that affect not only Germantown, but the entire volunteer state. Some of these races include Congressional District 8 race encompassing all of Germantown between Republican incumbent Stephen Fincher and Democrat Timothy Dixon, Congressional District 9 race encompassing most of Memphis between Democratic incumbent Steve Cohen and Republican George Flynn, and U.S. Senate race between Republican incumbent Bob Corker and Democrat Mark Clayton. We'll be keeping an eye on whether or not Republicans will maintain control of the State House and Senate. In addition to statewide results, I'll be providing you exit polls on how Germantown residents voted in the presidential election. The vote on the Memphis City half-cent sales tax increase will also be a hot topic for us as we move into the night. Let's begin with some exit polls. Keep in mind that these are not actual results, but just how Germantown residents told us they voted. Beginning with the presidential election, Mitt Romney in the lead with 71% and Barack Obama with 27%. And keep in mind that these are only exit polls. Bob Corker in the U.S. Senate race is ahead of Mark Clayton with 78% and Clayton with 18%. And in the U.S. House District 8 race, Stephen Fincher leads Timothy Dixon. Stephen Fincher with 61% and Timothy Dixon with 36%. And that's all the results I have for you today. Thanks.
Thanks, Emily. Throughout tonight's show, we'll hear from our host, Frank Bluestein, and GHS-TV's own political analyst, Ruth Dunning, who will provide political analysis and commentary. They will also be joined by local candidates and other political figures who will give us their views on tonight's events. Let's go over to them now for an overview of the key races. Mr. Bluestein.
Thanks, Rachel. We're here in the GHS-TV studios at Germantown High School for our 30th year of live election night coverage. I'm Frank Bluestein, executive producer for GHS-TV Germantown Community Television. Joining me for the 30th consecutive year is political analyst Ruth Dunning. Ruth is the former advanced placement government instructor at Germantown High School and currently is an instructor on the faculty of the Governor's School for International Studies, held annually at the University of Memphis. Ruth also hosts GHS-TV's political talk show, Tennessee Talks. Throughout the night, Ruth and I will be interviewing many local, state, and national politicians. We'll also analyze the various races as the results come into our Election Night 2012 headquarters. So, Ruth, this is our moment.
It is indeed.
After 30 years, yes, here we are yet again. Who did we do the very first time 30 years ago?
I have no idea.
Well, that was 1982, so that well, there was not a presidential that year, but
yeah,
our first presidential then was Reagan and Mondale, I suspect. Wow, that was a while back.
It was.
Well, I think we usually start when we do this with our predictions.
We do, and I'll have this little caveat right at the beginning. I'm terrible at predicting, so
I think this is a hard year to predict.
Yes,
it really is. But on the national level, you're going to have to. We'll both have to make a prediction. Do you have a prediction?
Okay, I'm going with the majority of the pundits who say Obama will win. And here's the map. Here's my prediction.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
It looks like when you see a map like that, it looks like it ought to go overwhelmingly for Romney because there are more red states than blue states. But there aren't many people in some of those red states. And you win by having the most electoral votes. And so some of those states don't get very many electoral votes.
Well, actually, now wait, if you look at that map, because all the blue states are too small, they're listed down the side there. I think it's actually, if you count it all, it's about even.
Probably.
It's about even 25 or 26, 24, something like that.
But Obama wins the big population states. California is the jewel. It has 55 electoral votes. And New York, Chicago makes Illinois important. So Pennsylvania is important. Pennsylvania is that was a little bit of an iffy call there. So
okay, now I didn't want to tell you this, but I've made my own predictions. Okay.
Oh, you have.
So I have my own map. Let's see if my map will. I don't know if they've got my map yet. Is that there's my map.
Your
on
map.
You see now, I think we disagree on Virginia.
We do.
Because I thought that Obama would perhaps win in Virginia, even though I'm not sure right now that he's doing that. You might end up being right.
Well,
here.
that would be a miracle if I was. I tend not to be.
Well, now looking at this map, let me ask you this: what I read in the paper this morning about the possibility, rare, that there could be a tie vote.
There are that is very rare, and we have a map. This map gives an equal number of electoral votes to each candidate. And later in the evening, we'll talk about what happens. This is a nightmare scenario, actually. And there are many maps out there that have this various configurations, but they all give 269 votes to each candidate.
Has that ever happened in the past?
No.
It's never happened that there's been a tie?
Oh, of course there have been ties. I thought you meant 269. Yes,
No,
but the House of Representatives has been called into action early in the history of the country to select the president, but there were 3 candidates in that case, so that
I know we have to go back in just a minute, back to get some late breaking results here, but I just want to say, I think here locally we've got a couple of races here locally, at least if our election night exit polls are correct. It looks like the Yonda Wiggins race and the school board race that has Baby and Parker and Brockaway, it looks like that's going to be a very tight race.
all night long.
Right. So we're going to come back to that throughout the night, and we'll be looking to see what happens both on the local scene and certainly on the national scene. Please stay with us. We've got an exciting night ahead with plenty of guests and a lot more analysis, and we've got some real analysis here. But for now, let's go back to our Election Night 2012 headquarters with Rachel Shannon. Rachel?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bluestein. Now let's go over to Justin Rowland, who will be covering the United States Senate races throughout the evening. Justin?
Thanks, Rachel. While President Obama is hoping to win the election and retain the presidency for a second term, the Democrats are also looking to remain in control in the Senate. 51 seats of the 100 are needed to take majority. This year, 33 seats are contested, 23 seats are Democrat, and 10 are Republican. The Democrats currently hold 51 seats to the Republicans' 47, but in close races in toss-up states such as Virginia, Missouri, and Montana, the Republicans are looking to move into control, a feat they could not accomplish in 2010's off-year election. Perhaps the most heated and talked about Senate race this election is in the state of Massachusetts between Republican Scott Brown and Democrat Elizabeth Warren, so I'll be bringing those results and results from other key races all night long. This year should certainly prove to be very exciting as well as pivotal to the future of the nation, so be sure to stay with us. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Justin. Now let's head over to Cooper Turrell, who will be covering the United States House races throughout the evening. Cooper?
Thanks, Rachel. With all 435 seats up for grabs, can the Democrats swing the election and take control of the House from the GOP tonight? Presently, the Republicans are in control of Congress, and with 242 seats, the GOP can even afford to lose some of its races and still be in control. The Democrats, on the other hand, need 28 more seats, in addition to maintaining the ones they already have, in order to take the majority. And of the 60 toss-up races this evening, only 15 of them lean Democrat. So the Democrats are going to have a huge turnout of voters in order to pull off a takeover and win the House. It'll be interesting to see if the Republican Party maintains control of Congress as expected, or if the Democrats take over. And I will be keeping you updated on all of the results, on all of the races as the results come in. Back to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Cooper. Now let's go over to Sydney Armstrong, who will be covering the United States gubernatorial races this evening. Sydney?
Thanks, Rachel. Tonight, I'll be covering the gubernatorial races. There are 12 governor races tonight, 10 in the 50 United States and 2 territories. Of the 10 states with elections, 6 are incumbents seeking re-election. 4 of the 6 are Democrats and 2 are Republicans. There are 6 open races where the incumbents are not eligible to run or are not seeking re-election. This year, the GOP expects to win a majority of governorships because the Democrats have to defend more seats. There are a few states that have interesting elections. I'll make sure to keep you updated with this evening's gubernatorial election. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Sydney. We're going to take a short break, but don't go away. Election Night 2012 has just begun.
For more than 20 years, we've brought you quality programming. We're your hometown news and information station, Germantown Community Television. Our Access Together series puts you in touch with what's happening in Germantown, with programs that both enlighten and entertain. For hometown hosts, a hometown attitude, and a genuine concern for you, our hometown viewers, stay tuned to Channel 17 each week and weekend for a new Access program. Produced in the nation's #1 educational TV facility, the award-winning Access Together series. Only on the station that puts you first, Germantown Community Television.
You're watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station.
Welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. With your moderator, Rachel Shannon, presidential anchor Kayla Myers, and Germantown anchor Michaela Amos, state anchor Emily Wolf, and U.S. Senate anchor Justin Rowland, U.S. House anchor Cooper Turrell, and gubernatorial anchor Sidney Armstrong, and political analysts Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2012. Now here's your moderator, Rachel Shannon.
Welcome back to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. Now let's turn to Kayla Myers for an update on the presidential election. Kayla?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some early results from some battleground states for you. From Politico.com, in the state of New Hampshire, with 1% of the votes in, President Obama has 75% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 23% of the votes. Now, New Hampshire has a large population of independent voters, but it is surrounded by blue states. Also reporting from Politico.com, in the state of North Carolina, with 5% of the votes in, President Obama has 49% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 51% of the votes. This is not surprising since they have been leaning Republican. Reporting from CNN.com, in the state of Virginia, with 12% of the votes in, President Obama has 40% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 58% of the votes. It's not a surprise since Virginia is deeply conservative. Reporting from ABC News, in the state of Florida, with 23% of the votes in, President Obama has 48% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 51% of the votes. And reporting from ABC News, in the state of Ohio, with 1% of the votes in, President Obama has 56% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 42% of the votes. Those are all the results I have for you right now, Rachel.
Thanks, Kayla. And now let's bring it back a little closer to home with our local anchor, Michaela Amos.
Thanks, Rachel. Now, I currently don't have any actual results for you. We're still waiting on them. But I would like to review with you our overall exit poll totals, so you'll have an idea of what to expect later in the night. In our Alderman Position 3 race, our exit polls show incumbent Mike Palazzolo leading with 76% of the vote to Sidney Kewen's 24%. In our Alderman Position 4 race, our exit polls show Forrest Owens leading with 60% of the vote to Mark Billingsley's 40%. Looking at our Position 5 polls, we have Kyle Wiggins leading with 51% of the vote to Rocky Yonda's 49%. Looking at our School Board Position 3 polls, we have Natalie Williams leading with 73% of the vote to Sammy Job's 27%. Looking at our Position 4 School Board race, we have Lisa Parker leading with 43% of the vote to Brett Brockway's 40% and Edgar Babian's 17%. And that's all that of the overall exit polls that we have, Rachel. So hopefully, it'll be interesting to see if those go with what we get throughout the night. Back to you.
Thanks, Michaela. Now let's head over to Emily Wolf to see just how our state of Tennessee is doing tonight. Emily?
All right, Rachel, it's a bit early in the night, so let's start with U.S. House District 8. And with barely a fraction of the vote in, we have Fincher leading Dixon with 61%, Dixon 36%. And Timothy Dixon will be on with us in just a few minutes, so stay on for that. And in U.S. House District 7, with 2% of the vote in, we have Marsha Blackburn leading Credo Amuzovic with 77% of the vote, and Amuzovic with 19% of the vote. And in the U.S. Senate race, with 15% of the vote in, we have Mark Clayton with 32% and Bob Corker with 64%. And that's all I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Emily. Now let's go over to Justin Rowland to see just what is happening in the United States Senate. Justin?
Thanks, Rachel. We've got a couple different news networks bringing us some results right now, so let's take a look at those. CNN tells us that in what I earlier called the most exciting race of 2012 in the state of Massachusetts, with 1% of the votes in, Democrat Elizabeth Warren has a slim 52% to 48% lead over Republican Scott Brown. CNN also tells us that in the state of Connecticut, with 1% of the votes in, Democrat Chris Murphy has a commanding 89% to 10% lead over Linda McMahon. Keep in mind that this is only with 1% of the votes in. CNN tells us again, in the state of Virginia, with 14% of the votes in, Democrat Tim Kaine has 49% of the vote, and Republican George Allen has 51% of the vote. NBC tells us that in the state of Indiana, with 19% of the votes in, Democrat Joe Donnelly has 49% of the vote, and Republican Richard Murdoch has 45% of the vote. And finally, CNN tells us that in the state of Florida, they are projecting the winner to be Bill Nelson with 57% of the vote, and Republican Connie McGillicuddy's 41% of the vote. Now, Rachel, keep in mind most of these states have less than 10% of the vote in, so you'll have to keep checking in with us to see how they unfold. But for right now, back to you.
Thanks, Justin. Now let's go over to Cooper Turrell for an update on the United States House races. Cooper?
Thanks, Rachel. We've just gotten some interesting results in on some pretty crucial races in this year's House election, so let's take a look at those. In Florida's 22nd district, with 22% of the votes in, Democrat Lois Frankel has 59% of the votes over Republican Adam Haster with 41% of the votes. In Georgia's 12th district, with 11% of the votes in, Republican Lee Anderson has 53% of the votes over Democrat John Barrow with 47% of the votes. In Florida's 18th district, with 19% of the votes in, Democrat Patrick Murphy has a slight lead of 51% over Republican Alan West with 49% of the votes. Now, West is a very heavily supported Tea Party candidate. In Kentucky's 6th district, with 79% of the votes in, the Huffington Post is reporting Republican Andy Barr with 51% of the votes over Democrat Ben Chandler with 46% of the votes. And in Ohio's 16th district, with only 1% of the votes in, Democrat Betty Sutton has 55% of the votes over Republican Jim Renassi with 45% of the votes. Those are all the percent results I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Cooper. Now, Cooper, some analysts say that the Tea Party reached its pinnacle in the 2010 elections, but could it gain even more support in these congressional races?
Well, right now there are 33 districts that are either solidly or leaning Republican that have Tea Party supported candidates in them. So if those candidates can win a majority of those districts, then they could definitely gain enough influence in the House to influence Republican leaders in the House to keep their promises on things like tax reform and healthcare legislation. So we'll just have to see what happens tonight, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Cooper. We will now go back over to Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning for more political analysis. Mr. Bluestein?
Thank you, Rachel. I'm here in our wonderful GHS-TV studios with my co-host Ruth Dunning, and we are sharing all kind of information tonight, we hope, with you. Ruth, we were talking just a minute ago about the Electoral College and what would happen in the event that it was a tie. You said you would tell me later.
Right.
Is that right?
Is it later? Is it later yet?
No, I mean, well, I think this is a big. I think the viewing audience is waiting to hear this, and they're going to wait around. So we're going to keep them suspended like they do on the commercial TV stations. But tell me about the voting situation tonight. We've had so many things happen, and we hear so many things. Of course, we had the hurricane in the Northeast and how that might impact voting, and then there's been issues about voter fraud and people with ID cards. I mean, what's going on with the voting patterns? Let's talk about that for a minute.
Let's talk, first of all, let's get another map up here. I'm big into maps tonight.
Okay.
We're going to see exactly which states, here we go, which states vote just with a voting machine, which states have just paper ballots, and which states have paper ballots and voting machines.
Right.
What they have is a voting machine, but they have a paper trail in case there's a problem.
I see.
Now, this in itself is interesting, but then we go back to New Jersey. that had, you know, most of its voting sites wiped out. They have actually brought in military trucks, and they are, I didn't have a military truck to put on our map, but they are actually using military trucks as voting sites. New York has said you can go anywhere and vote. Governor Christie says you can fax in your vote, you can do it by email. They're doing everything they can after the hurricane to make sure people can actually get to the polls and vote. But this map shows that there is a possibility for problems, and those tend to be...
Which color are the problem states?
Okay, well look, yellow has some voting machines, and some are verified with a paper trail, can be verified with a paper trail. The green states are those that have paper ballots or punch cards only, and the red states have only voting machines. So there can be problems in those states that just have either a voting machine or
well, I mean, of course, we've heard about a lot of problems. I mean, or at least you hear this thing about everybody has to have now in Tennessee a voter an ID card with your photo and those kinds of things.
That, as they say, is insisting that you have an ID, a picture ID, is like trying to build a fence for unicorns. It's a problem that doesn't exist. About one person out of 50,000 voters tries to vote illegally at a poll. The real problem is with absentee ballots, and there isn't anything happening to correct that problem.
I see.
Part of that problem is not even the voting, it's the way they get counted.
Okay, well, I read something today in the paper. No, not today in the paper. I read something on the internet, so you know it's true. No, but it is true.
Absolutely.
This is from a very scholarly book about what happened in President Lincoln's second election. And I'm going to keep our audience waiting because I know you want to hear about President Lincoln, but we're going to get back to President Lincoln a little bit later in the show, but I'll reveal what I know about that election. It's pretty interesting. But before we get to that, we've got some guests in the studio, and our first guest tonight are Democratic State Representative Johnny Turner and the Democratic candidate for United States House District 8, Tim Dixon. Mrs. Turner is running unopposed tonight for District 85, a seat she has held since 2010. She has served on the Education Committee and is a former teacher in Memphis City Schools. Mr. Dixon is a Germantown resident who is running for a district that now includes Germantown and Collierville. He has over 25 years' experience in the business sector and spent 5 years in law enforcement. I'd like to welcome both of you to the show.
Thank you for having us.
Mr. Dixon, we'll just start with you in your race. How do you feel your prospects are for tonight?
Well, a little Don Quixote, charging at some windmills here.
Tilting at windmills.
Your district now is all of Germantown?
We include all of Germantown proper now. The district is cut very specifically to conform to Germantown and picks up certain parts of East Memphis. So
that the word is gerrymandered.
No, I'm trying to be polite.
I know. If we have time, we can talk about gerrymandering later on.
Okay.
Yeah. And Eldridge Jerry, for whom it's
gerrymandering is named. I think we've done this before, but let's get back to Mr. Dixon here. Yes. Tell us why you're running, Tim, and maybe the platform you ran on.
Well, the last 2 years, we've seen how dysfunctional Congress has become, and really it's a change in the way people do business there. It's become very, very partisan, very separated. You've got about 20% of very hard left, and you've got about 20% of very hard right. And so that leaves the 60% in the middle to try to get something accomplished, to work out some type of compromise, which is about 260 people, and you need 218 votes to pass something in the House of Representatives. So you actually need 85% consensus out of that 60% of the people.
Right.
So it's become very, very difficult to get things done. My opponent, Mr. Fincher, I believe represents the farther right side, and I've been much more moderate about things. over the past 7 months, I've touched all 15 counties that the district encompasses and been listening to people, and their concerns are really simple. It's about jobs, it's about education, and they want us to get back to being civil to one another when it comes to politics. They don't want all the negatives, they don't want all the mudslinging. They want people that are going to sit down, talk things over, and work things out.
If you don't think you're going to be victorious tonight, tell us how you plan to stay active and involved.
Well, I've always had the closet interest in politics and come from a divided family. My uncle was a political kingmaker for the Democratic Party back home in southern Indiana, where I'm originally from. And my grandmother was the biggest contributor to the GOP in the same county. So it was a very interesting upbringing. Basically, my intention is to stay involved, helping develop candidates, helping people define whether they want to go through this process. I've enjoyed it. I've learned a lot. I've met a lot of really great people all through West Tennessee. It's just been a really fun experience in that respect. And
well, good.
I've enjoyed it very much.
Thank you so much.
Was this your first run for office?
This is the first time I've ever run for a political office. And one reporter asked me, well, why would you start at this level? I said, well, you might as well swing for the fences, you know?
That's right. That's right.
Absolutely. Johnny?
Yeah. Representative Turner, we're glad to have you back on the show. Tell us what the prospects are, because you're unopposed, so we know that you're elected, and I'm sure you voted for yourself, so that for sure we know that. What is your vision for what's going to happen with the Tennessee State Legislature, especially the House of Representatives? What are some of the hot button issues that we should be looking at for this coming term?
Well, let me address the first part of your question, and that is, what do I envision? Mm-hmm. And I guess the first thought that came to mind is an extension of the idea presented just a moment ago, and that is, we're hoping that we will have persons elected who are more interested in the well-being of the state and will not be divisive, and that collectively working together, working across the aisle, we can deal with the problems that impact all of Tennesseans. We don't want to be a replica of what has taken place in Washington, D.C. The stalemates, nothing being done, and the divisiveness, and I also refer to, I'm glad to hear that the citizens are tired of the dirty politics, and let's be civil to one another. Let's learn how to live together, to work together, because we all have common problems. We just come from different experiences and different backgrounds, and you have to make adjustments for those. And so initially, I'm hoping that this will be the result.
Reconciliation.
Yes. Mm-hmm. In terms of the hot spots, it will always be education, as you mentioned earlier. Mm-hmm. In the number of years that I served with the Memphis City Schools as a teacher, as a supervisor, as a division head, and as an administrator for the Memphis City Schools, my education is number one. In the survey that I was sent out to my constituents, many of whom are new because of the redistricting, right, to find out what their concerns were. Education was number one, jobs and economic growth, and of course reduction in crime. If you deal with education, you take care of the other two. Mm-hmm. You deal with education, you take care of the other two. And I'm hoping that education will be a priority, but I'm also extremely supportive of public education. The dismantling of public education is so un-American, so undemocratic, because we as a country should be concerned about all of the children, even those who might be in the 47%.
Well, I mean, we've read a little bit about, I think the leadership in the House and Senate are looking at perhaps voucher programs or expanding
Oh,
voucher
don't say that
programs?
bad word. But I'm sorry.
No, I mean,
Continue.
that seems to be one of the proposals that I've heard, you know, is that is where they're looking to go next, is towards vouchers. Do you know about it? Is that correct, or do you think that's going?
That is correct. And there is a move to institute the voucher program for underprivileged kids, but that still leaves those that need it the most separated.
Mm-hmm.
It still leaves them in an underfunded educational system. And we should be as concerned about the child that maybe doesn't have anybody to care for him or her as we are for those that we know can aspire and will be going to the top universities. And so I have a problem with voucher education of the vouchers because it takes away the funding that is needed for public education. Mm-hmm. You can't sufficiently support both.
But it looks, of course, like, and I don't know that this is necessarily a down-the-line Republican issue, but it looks like the Republicans will be in control again in both the Senate and the House, and that seems to be one of their issues. How do you deal with that on the Democratic side, I guess?
Yeah, well, it goes back to the comment I made earlier. We have to learn to work across the aisles, but so far we haven't found too many aisles to work across because it's either this way or that way, and we get outvoted and we're outnumbered. But we do let our voices be heard, and we think that at some point or another that maybe someone will listen. There are several legislators who do work across the aisles. But and has it happened in the past, those who tried to compromise ended up being defeated. It takes courage to go in a situation like we have in the General Assembly and vote and speak for the people when you are afraid that if you do what you know in your heart is right, that there's a strong possibility that you will not be back again.
Right.
But you know what I say? I have to live with myself every day. And so if speaking the truth is going to lose my job and my position in the legislature, maybe I need to be somewhere else so I can speak louder. And so that's what I'm hoping, that our colleagues will really be concerned and recognize that they have a responsibility for all of this. If you live in East Tennessee, you've got a responsibility for those in West Tennessee. Because what ultimately happens to the least of these impacts those on the other side.
Right.
If you bring them up with us to the level where we reduce the prison pipeline, if we deal with the public needs as they should be, rather than saying, well, I'll just go in behind my doors and have a fence around my house. Hey, fences can be broken down. But if you're concerned about your fellow man, if you do what you know is right, then we can make Tennessee. When I represent, I'm in District 85. I am concerned about the citizens in District 85. I like to hear from them. That's why I was so pleased with the responses received from the survey. So at least I know that as I speak, I'm representing those persons who have elected me. And so I'm saying, go there, take the courage. You ask, why did you run? Well, suppose everybody said, there's no chance, and didn't run. And I commend you for the courage and for standing up for your beliefs. And that's what we've got to have across the aisles, being concerned for all of the constituents in the state of Tennessee.
Well, we appreciate that message. You could run right on that platform for sure. That's a great one, of course, and could not agree more, I think, from all of us. But thank you both for being here. We've got a lot of other guests waiting to get on the show and some results to get back to. But Representative Turner and Mr. Dixon, best of luck to both of you in all your future endeavors, and we hope to see you back on the show one day.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. That was State Representative Johnny Turner and U.S. House candidate Tim Dixon. We've got many more guests to come tonight, but now we're going back to our election night 2012 headquarters here at GHS-TV. Rachel Shannon, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bluestein. We're going to take a short break, but don't change that channel. Election night 2012 has just begun.
You can now watch your favorite Germantown community television shows from anywhere in the world. GHS-TV is streaming online, live 24/7. A viewing screen displays our channel just like you see on television. Simply visit our website at www.ghstv.org. So log on and enjoy hometown news from anywhere in the world, only at ghstv.org.
You're watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station.
Welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. With your moderator, Rachel Shannon, presidential anchor Kayla Myers, and Germantown anchor Michaela Amos, state anchor Emily Wolf, and U.S. Senate anchor Justin Rowland, U.S. House anchor Cooper Turrell, and gubernatorial anchor Sidney Armstrong, and political analyst Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2012. Now here's your moderator, Rachel Shannon.
Welcome back to Election Night 2012. Let's go straight over to Kayla Myers for an update on the presidential election. And Kayla, I hear you have some pretty interesting results in.
Yes, Rachel, I have some very interesting results from some battleground states. Reporting from MSNBC in the state of New Hampshire, with 5% of the votes in, President Obama has 63% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 35% of the votes. Now, President Obama won New Hampshire back in 2008 because 52% of the votes were women, so Obama can appeal to the women in New Hampshire. Reporting from the HuffingtonPost.com in the state of Pennsylvania, with 1% of the votes in, President Obama has 36% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 62% of the votes. This is really surprising since Pennsylvania had been leaning towards President Obama. Reporting from CNN.com in the state of Virginia, with 19% of the votes in, President Obama has 42% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 57% of the votes. And again, Virginia is deeply conservative. According to the Huffington Post, in the state of Florida, with 34% of the votes in, President Obama has 51% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 48% of the votes. Now, President Obama can appeal to the Hispanic, Cuban, and Puerto Rican population there. Reporting from CNN in the state of Ohio, with 20% of the votes in, President Obama has 58% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 40% of the votes. Those are all the results I have for you now. I'll check back in with you later, Rachel.
Thanks, Kayla. Now let's go over to Michaela Amos for an update on our local elections. Michaela?
Thanks, Rachel. I have our first actual results of the night here for you right now. So with 1 out of our 13 precincts reporting, I can tell you that in the Alderman Position 3 race, incumbent Mike Palazzolo is leading with 76% of the vote to Sidney Kewen's 24%. In our Alderman Position 4 race, I can tell you that Forrest Owens is leading with 63% of the vote to incumbent Mark Billingsley's 37%. In our Position 5 race, which has been very close all night, we have Kyle Wiggins leading with 52% of the vote to Rocky Yonda's 48%. And looking at our School Board Position 3 race, we currently have Natalie Williams leading with 72% of the vote to Sammy Job's 28%. And looking at our School Board Position 4 race, we currently have Lisa Parker leading with 50% of the vote to Brent Brockway's 35% and Edgar Babian's 15%. And these results are fairly similar to what we got in our exit polls. So it'll be interesting to see if that continues throughout the night. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Michaela. Now, Michaela, what are some of the responsibilities facing the new school board?
Well, Rachel, one of the first things that the new school board will have to take care of is hiring a superintendent. Ideally, someone with experience in a smaller school system rather than the larger mega districts that most Shelby County residents are used to. From there, the superintendent will hire personnel, and most of the school board candidates have said that they would like to hire personnel already working in Germantown schools. And if they do, according to state law, salary should transfer. Back to you.
Thanks, Michaela. Now let's go over to Justin Rowland for an update on the United States Senate. And Justin, I hear you have some pretty great news with your one of your battleground states. Tell us about it.
It's true, Rachel. We have some huge news right now, so let's take a look at the results we have. The Huffington Post is telling us that in the state of Connecticut, with only 2% of the votes in, that they're projecting the winner to be Democrat Chris Murphy with 69% of the vote to Linda McMahon's 30% of the vote. Now this is huge because this has been such a close race in the polls, and so it's really amazing to see it called so early. CNN is telling us that in the state of Maine, with 1% of the vote in, the independent on the ballot, independent Angus King, has 51% of the vote, and he has been projected as the winner. To a distant second, Republican Charlie Summers with 28%, and Democrat Cynthia Dill with 14%. The Huffington Post tells us that in the state of Virginia, with 28% of the votes in, Republican George Allen has a slim 53% to 47% lead over Democrat Tim Kaine. CNN tells us that in the state of Maryland, with 2% of the votes in, Democrat Ben Cardin has 62% of the vote, and Republican Dan Bongino has 27% of the vote. And CNN's projecting the winner to be Ben Cardin. And finally, in the state of Vermont, with 7% of the votes in, Republican John McGovern has 27% of the vote, and independent Bernie Sanders has 69% of the vote, and they're projecting Bernie Sanders to be the winner. So some very exciting results, Rachel, but that's all I have for right now, so back to you.
Thanks, Justin. And now let's go back over to Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning for more political analysis and interviews. Mr. Bluestein?
Thank you, Rachel. Well, Ruth, things are really starting to heat up, as they say, with the election night. We've already got some local precincts reporting in.
Some surprises.
And a few little surprises. It looks, I'll tell you, in the two races that we're so close in on the exit polls, which is Yonda and Wiggins on the alderman side, and then the three-way race on the school board, it's almost, our exit polls, of course, say what they say, but that's really almost too close for us to call.
And it's within our margin of error, so
I
it's
remember
almost tied.
Thinking of Lisa Parker running, and I think that I'm right about this. It was either Lisa Parker or Wanda Goodman years ago ran a race where they ran 50-50. And in fact, there might have been a second.
There was in one
runoff.
race. Yeah,
yeah.
Right.
But it was that one race that we did here years ago had 13. Oh, I think they're separated by 18 votes. So I don't know if we're going to get to. We might get to that on the national election again. Well, we did in 2000. Didn't we?
No, we did. No, we didn't have a close race. We had 500,000 votes separate. What we had, the problem was. With Florida and then the Supreme Court.
Right. Let's talk just for a minute before we introduce our guests who are here with us in the studio. Let's talk just for a minute about the Senate, the United States Senate, and a little bit of background on that. We're right at 53. It's 53-47 Democrats to Republicans. Just from what you're seeing so far, do you think that's going to hold, or how do you think?
I think it's too early to predict, but. Yes, I think in the end that's about the way it'll be. But 53 or 51 isn't enough anymore. You've got to have 60 or 61 if you have somebody who defects on any given vote, given the way Congress operates.
Well, and of course in this election, since the presidential election is so close, even if it ends up being 50-50, then it's determined by who the
vice
president might be.
Which, when we get around to talking about the Electoral College, it is statistically possible to have a Romney-Biden administration.
Okay. We're going to also talk. We're also going back to talk about President Lincoln. I still haven't got. We haven't finished. We haven't closed that race out yet. So I'm coming back to Lincoln, but we'll get to there in a minute. But they'll have to wait on that. Right now, we'd like to welcome Paige Michael, a candidate for Germantown School Board Position 1, and Tennessee State Representative Mark White. Mrs. Michael is running unopposed tonight for Position 1 on the inaugural Germantown School Board. She is a founding member of My Germantown Schools and is a graduate of Germantown High School right here. Mr. White is running unopposed tonight for District 83, a seat he won during a special election in 2010. Welcome to you both on our show tonight.
Thank you.
Representative White, we'll start with you. You're running unopposed.
Yes,
Were you unopposed in 2010?
No, I had a Republican primary and also a general primary.
So
the
this
general
is
election.
this. Would you say this is a little easier tonight?
Oh, much easier. Much easier.
We just had Representative Johnny Turner on. Tell us a little bit about, from your perspective, what you think will happen in this this new legislative session coming up.
Well, one of the amazing things, I have been serving in the House now just for 3 years. If you go back to 3 years in 2010 when I came in, with the new ones coming in after today, the House, out of 99 members, about half the House is turned over, almost 45, close to 50 new people. So talk about your term limits. So one half the House is turned over. This one, after today, we should have, if things go as expected, have a super majority for the Republican Party, both in the House and in the Senate, which will be the first time ever that has happened.
Explain what supermajority means.
A supermajority is when you need 66 out of 99 or better of one particular party. And what that does is prevent what happened in Wisconsin a couple years ago, where if one party walks out, you had to shut down. Right. Once you have a supermajority, you can keep conducting business even if the other party walks out on you.
I see.
You have a quorum. You have everything you need. Yeah.
What are some of the issues that you think will be, I asked this before, the hot button issues that are coming up before the legislature, when it convenes in January?
Well, what we're going to try to do, the hot button issue should be, we're going to try to keep the focus on these. Number one is continue to look at economic development for our state and education reform. Now, you can't have economic development if you don't have education reform, because right now the state of Tennessee needs to do a much better job on producing young people coming out of not only high school but university that are ready to hit the job market. And so we can do a much better job on that, and that's what the Governor Haslam is working on, and that's what we want to focus on in the House and the Senate.
Okay.
And your vision for the future, do you have anything special that you'd like to?
Well, no, the main vision right now we have, and this is why I want to keep our focus, is that we need education reform in this state. And in a minute we'll talk about maybe some of the local issues. But when we have too many young people not finishing school, especially in our end of the state, how do we change that? And then how I have gone around the state visiting with businesses and higher education universities, and we don't have enough of our young people able to qualify for the job market. We have a lot of industry wanting to move into Tennessee, but the first thing they say, oh, we want to keep the industry we have, and they say, we've got jobs, we just need qualified people to apply. So we need to do a much better job, K through 12 as well as higher education.
What committees do you serve on in the House?
I've been serving on currently Consumer and Employee Affairs, which is a small business committee. That's my background. Also the Health Committee and Children and Family, which is a passion of mine.
So you're with Johnny Turner on that one.
Yes, yes.
Do you think, will those committees hold up, or do you think you'll be on different committees?
We may change it a little bit when we go back in. We're going to go have a special caucus on November 26th, and we'll talk about that. And I'm very interested in the Education Committee this time, and so we may have a little bit of swap up if possible.
Well, good luck to you, and good luck with the legislative session coming up.
Thank you.
And
Paige.
Congratulations.
Yes. Paige.
Ma'am.
Yes. Are you surprised that we haven't heard from Judge May?
I am. Actually, I was talking with Mark, and, have they heard anything? And he said no. We're hoping it goes to our favor. With the vote coming in, looking at where the numbers are, that's going into a little bit of his thought process. I know it's a judge, but we're hoping that's to our favor.
Because I think he said he was going to try to have a ruling before the election.
That was what, I think that's what we all
Initially, that was
right.
What happens? I mean, what happens in the event that he rules tomorrow, after everyone's been elected, that there's not that it's unconstitutional? What do you think what will the scenario be after that? I mean, how will that
we've
play?
talked this over, because we're electing people to an office through an election, and then we have a judge that null and voids a law that's been put into place. It's going to unfold to see does it void the election? Does it void people they've put in office and into place on these school boards across this county? We're hoping it doesn't. We're hoping that there's the plan B and C and D that we've kind of heard about a little bit, so that we can still keep going with what we've been doing.
You can appeal the case. You can go back to the legislature and try to get things written in such a way that it's not controversial or not unconstitutional.
Yeah, we've said you have to, you vote, litigate, negotiate. We're trying to keep out of the litigation part to keep the cost down, hoping we can negotiate something.
Representative White, if it comes back to the legislature, do you think they could deal with it? I mean, if the judge rules that law unconstitutional?
Well, is my understanding, and we've used a lot of chips up in the State House for Memphis and Shelby County, but the majority of the members so far have understood what we're trying to do. If our municipalities do want their own school districts, they like. Now, what we have to do is, there's a lot of counties around the state, 94 others besides Shelby, and they got their own special interests, so we have to make sure that we do things that doesn't upset the apple cart in any other county. So
that's the tricky part.
That's the tricky part.
Right.
Okay.
And Ms. Michaels, what do you see for the school board? I mean, this new school board. What is your vision? Where do you think that they'll be taking Germantown? Do you think there's big changes in store for the schools? I mean, here.
I think the changes are going to come from the educational and what we as parents want. As a parent of school-age kids. The platform we have now, or the base that we have with Shelby County, is phenomenal, but we want more. We want a little bit more. We've heard in our small groups, we want foreign languages in that elementary division. We want more math, those kids doing more math earlier. So there's going to be the focus is going to be for us as a school board, how to get to that next level, how to put ourselves in that top 10 in the nation. And the #1 slot, knock some of these guys from East Tennessee down out of #1 and put Germantown schools at #1.
Well, we wish you a lot of luck there. Representative White, this might come back to you in the end. Or I know you probably hope it doesn't. I'm sure you both do. I hope you.
Well, I'm hoping that supermajority will help.
Right. Thank you both so much, and congratulations to you both.
Thank you.
And please feel free to come back and visit with us anytime during the next 2 years. We'd love to have you back on a show that we do. Ruth has her Tennessee talk, so we'll
Paige has been a guest.
We'll try to invite you back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We just heard from school board candidate Paige Michael and state representative Mark White. Right now, we're going to send things back to our moderator and our GHS-TV Election Night Central, Rachel Shannon. Rachel, take it away, please.
Thanks, Mr. Bluestein. Now let's go over to Cooper Turrell for an update on the United States House races this evening. Cooper?
Thanks, Rachel. We've just gotten some pretty interesting results in, so let's take a look. In Illinois' 10th district, with 42% of the votes in, Republican Robert Dole has 54% of the votes over Democrat Brad Schneider with 46% of the votes. The Huffington Post is telling us in Connecticut's 5th district, with 6% of the votes in, Republican Andrew Rohrback has a lead of 55% of the votes over Democrat Elizabeth Esty with 45% of the votes. In New Hampshire's 1st district, with 4% of the votes in, Republican Frank Ginta has a small lead of 50% of the votes over Democrat Carol Shea Porter with 45% of the votes. In Florida's 26th district, with 16% of the votes in, Democrat Joe Garcia has 54% of the votes over Republican David Riviera with 43% of the votes. And in Oklahoma's 2nd district, with only 1% of the votes in, Republican Marquane Mullen has a lead of 56% of the votes over Democrat Rob Wallace with 40% of the votes. Now, it's imperative that the Democrats win Oklahoma's 2nd district in order to maintain control in order to take over the House this evening. Those are all the results I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Cooper. Now let's turn to Sydney Armstrong for an update on the United States gubernatorial races. Sydney?
Thanks, Rachel. To begin our first round of results for the governor races this evening, from Fox News for the state of North Carolina, we have 42% of the votes in, with Republican Pat McCrory in the lead with 55% of the vote, and Democrat Walter Dalton having 43% of the vote. For the state of West Virginia, from Fox News with 6% of the votes in, we have Democrat and current Governor Earl Ray Tomlin leading with 53% of the vote, leaving Republican Bill Maloney behind with 42% of the vote. For the state of New Hampshire, reporting from Fox News with 4% of the votes in, Democrat Maggie Hassan is in the lead with 66% of the vote, and Republican Ovid Lamantag has 31% of the vote. This is surprising because as of yesterday, Republican Ovid Lamantag was ahead of Democratic Maggie Hassan. For the state of Indiana, from Fox News with 30% of the votes in, Republican Mike Pence has 49% of the vote, followed very closely behind by Democrat John Gregg with 47% of the vote. And lastly, for the state of Missouri, with 1% of the votes in, Democrat and current Governor Jay Nixon has 53% of the votes, followed by Republican Dave Spence with 43% of the vote.
Now, Sydney, how can the state's governments affect the nation as a whole?
Well, Rachel, new states often initiate ideas, especially culture and social laws. For instance, New York required that its state restaurants have nutritional information posted in their establishments. Now many states, including Tennessee, have similar mandates. Governors often learn from other states' successes and failures. This is a constant occurrence, and depending on which governors are elected tonight will change the way America acts in the future. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Sydney. We're going to take a short break, but don't go away. We have much more election night coverage coming your way. Please stay with us.
Watched it over the span of 3 decades. We've dedicated ourselves to making it a fantastic community show, and the Alliance for Community Media has named GHS-TV's Crosstalk the best informational program in the country. From coverage of important area issues and events to conversations with high-profile local, national, and international personalities, Crosstalk keeps you informed and entertained. Don't miss Crosstalk, produced entirely by the students of Germantown High School. The news show airs each week only on Germantown Community Television, cable channel 17.
Watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station.
Welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. With your moderator, Rachel Shannon, presidential anchor Kayla Myers, and Germantown anchor Michaela Amos. State anchor Emily Wolf and U.S. Senate anchor Justin Rowland. U.S. House anchor Cooper Turrell and gubernatorial anchor Sidney Armstrong. And political analyst Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2012. Now here's your moderator, Rachel Shannon.
Welcome back. Let's go straight over to Kayla Myers for an update on the presidential election. Kayla?
Thanks, Rachel. Here are some more results for you. Reporting from the Huffington Post in the state of Pennsylvania, with 2% of the votes in, President Obama has 55% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 43% of the votes. Reporting also from Huffington Post in the state of Michigan, with 3% of the votes in, President Obama has 53% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 46% of the votes. Now, this is Governor Romney's home state, but it does not guarantee that he'll win it. Reporting from CBS in the state of Maine, with 1% of the votes in, President Obama has 58% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 40% of the votes. Now, Maine is one of 2 states that has a split electoral vote. Reporting from NBC News in the state of Florida, with 71% of the votes in, Barack Obama and Mitt Romney are tied at 50-50. It's a really important state, so we're going to have to really watch Florida tonight. And last, to update you on our electoral votes, President Obama has 124 right now, and Governor Romney has 141. Reminder that each candidate needs 270 electoral votes to win. So Justin, I know that Hurricane Sandy has really affected my race. Now, how has it affected yours?
Well, Kayla, no candidates have publicly used the hurricane as a tool, but some have been reported to be using the issue behind closed doors. A citizen in Connecticut recently told the media that she'd been contacted by the Linda McMahon campaign and asked if she'd vote for Chris Murphy if she knew that he accepted donations from Connecticut Light and Power. Now, Connecticut Light and Power is the company that's being blamed for some of the power outages in Connecticut. And although the Linda McMahon campaign, denied any involvement in these calls, it's still frightening to see these type of calls being made on the brink of such a disaster.
I totally agree with you, Justin. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Kayla. Now let's go over to Michaela Amos for an update on the Germantown Alderman and school board races. Michaela?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some more actual results for you here right now. We currently have 5 out of our 13 precincts reporting, so I can tell you that currently, in our Alderman Position 3 race, incumbent Mike Palazzolo is in the lead with 75% of the vote to Sidney Kewen's 25%. In our Alderman Position 4 race, I can tell you that Forrest Owens is currently leading with 57% of the vote to Mark Billingsley's 43%. Looking at our Alderman Position 5 race, which has been very close all night, I can tell you that Rocky Yonda is currently leading with 52% of the vote to Kyle Wiggins' 48%. Then looking at our School Board Position 3 race, I can tell you that Natalie Williams is currently leading with 68% of the vote to Sammy Job's 32%. And lastly, looking at our School Board Position 4 race, I can tell you that Lisa Parker is currently leading with 44% of the vote to Brent Brockway's 37% and Edgar Babian's 18%. And that's all of the results that I have for you right now, Rachel. I'll get back to you later with some more.
Thanks, Michaela. Now let's go over to Emily Wolf for an update on the Tennessee state races. Emily?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some Germantown results for you with 9 out of 13 precincts reporting, and keep in mind that this is only how Germantown is voting tonight. With the presidential election, Romney ahead with 71% and Obama with 27%. And in the U.S. Senate race, we have Bob Corker with 78% and Mark Clayton with 19%. And in the U.S. House District 8 race, we have Stephen Fincher with 75% and Timothy Dixon with 21%. And really, Rachel, the U.S. Senate and House District 8 race are fairly consistent with the actuals that I'm seeing from MSNBC. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout the night. Back to you, Rachel.
Now, Emily, what is the future of Bob Corker if reelected?
Well, really, Bob Corker has been on the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee since 2007, and his passion for the U.S. foreign relations has put him in a great spot to be appointed as the ranking member of this committee if reelected, which is the highest rank he can achieve as a Republican on a Democratic majority committee. So he's really got big things for him if he's reelected. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Emily. And now we will be joined by Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning for more political commentary. Mr. Bluestein?
Thank you, Rachel. I'm here with Ruth Dunning, our wonderful analyst. We've been at this for 30 years, actually. Tonight marks our 30th year of doing election night coverage.
We started at age 5.
We did. We absolutely did. So, Ruth, of course, the results are really starting to come in now. Of course, as we knew, it'd be a close election. You've been promising me, at least for the last few rounds, that you were going to speak about some of the really stranger races right, that are out there. Tell me about some of those. You always come up with some real goodies.
We don't have a frog. The funniest one we ever had was a frog that was actually in the race. It was an environmental issue. He lost.
He did lose?
He did lose. This year, Santa Claus may lose. There is a candidate, and I'm not going to say the party for any of these people, but there is a candidate, now this is in the north, who thinks he's not
very
sure.
North. I would say very north if it's Santa Claus.
It's not Alaska, though, but he's not sure, but he thinks maybe he's Santa Claus. We have some more serious problem candidates. We have 2 in Arkansas. One man, unfortunately, is in favor of the death penalty for children who misbehave. Now, I don't think he really wants to execute anyone, but he thinks it might be a good object lesson if we could execute 1 or 2, then everybody'd behave. Now, this man's going to win. He's unopposed. There is another one who thinks maybe slavery was a good thing.
What state is that?
That's Arkansas. He thinks perhaps you get survival of the fittest, and he's going to win. He's unopposed. He also, and you can come back to Abraham Lincoln with this, he thinks Abraham Lincoln was a Northern terrorist. We also have maybe a man who's been dead for 130 years who's running.
Really?
He's not running. It's a write-in campaign for Charles Darwin, the father of evolution, because a Georgia congressman, now this is to the U.S. Congress. The two Arkansas ones are to the State House. But this is to the U.S. Congress. And he's very much opposed to evolution. He's very much opposed to anything dealing with climate change. And there is a write-in campaign that's been mounted for Charles Darwin.
Wow.
Now, they don't anticipate Charles Darwin dead 130 years to actually win, but they hope for a statement, and they hope for 1% of the vote.
We did have somebody in Missouri that was dead that they elected.
Yeah, well, because he died after his name was on the ballot.
But they still voted for him.
They still voted for him.
Right. That hasn't been that long ago.
Right. In fact, his wife is now serving out that term, but we won't get into that either. So, I mean, his wife was then appointed to the position.
Well, back to Lincoln. I've been promising Lincoln all night.
You have.
Lincoln, well, I didn't realize this, just doing some reading. Lincoln's first election, we're talking about the people that Obama or Romney might not win the popular vote, but win the electoral vote. Lincoln actually only won 39% of the vote in his first year, but there was Breckinridge, and there were several candidates running against him. So
you don't have to have a majority of the popular vote. You just have the most. You just have.
Right, and watching, I think, the last few weeks or last few days, Bill Clinton out so much on TV, we forget. I mean, Bill Clinton that first year certainly didn't have a majority either.
Vote. Right.
So when people are complaining about all this, we forget that once they get in office, it seems like. But I have yet another Lincoln story to tell you, but I'll save that for the next segment, because we've got some guests that are waiting here patiently, and we're so glad they're here. Joining us are Germantown Alderman candidates Forrest Owens and current Alderman Mike Palazzola. Mr. Owens is a candidate for position 4. He worked for the Germantown Department of Development for 10 years, including 5 as director of the Planning Division. Mr. Palazzola is serving his second 4-year term in the position 3 seat on the board of mayor and alderman. He spent many of the last 25 years in the banking industry, and before that was a teacher in the city school system. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. I must say to our audience that Forrest Owens has lost his voice. Speaking of Clinton the other night,
yes,
you saw him totally didn't have a voice left. So we're going to try to ask you yes or no questions. Is that good? Well, it looks like from what our exit poll showed, and certainly what the polling that the actual results that are coming in, it looks like both of you are going to be elected tonight. Mr. Palazzola, is this your third term?
Number 3.
Your third term, and Forrest, this will be your first term on the board.
Yes,
so congratulations to both of you. I'm assuming that will hold out for the evening. Mike, tell us a little bit about the campaign and what you're looking for the next 4 years for the city of Germantown.
Well, I will tell you, I'm very pleased and very happy with the results. I will say quite jovial that Ruth, I'm glad that Germantown politics aren't as quirky as some of the ones that you just described in neighboring states. We're pretty normal compared to that. It's been a great campaign season. I've enjoyed going out and seeing the people. I started in March and knocked on a lot of doors and visited a lot of people at a lot of different events. And that's truly when you get your message out. The next 4 years, we have the school issue that's in front of us. We have to stay physically conservative and sound. And we need to keep the Vision 2020 that we put into place with our citizen input over the years. We tweak it and fine-tune it every now and then. But that's kind of where we need to move. And we need to sustain our city and keep it on a plane and move it forward. So I'm very happy with the results. Thank you.
Speak just a little bit about the 2020 plan so that viewers might understand what that is.
Yes, very good. 2020 is just simply the Germantown's vision, and how do we look at whether it's economic sustainability, social sustainability, environmental sustainability, how we take our goals and we move those forward. And we do that with citizen input. And that is pretty much the blueprint that we operate by, whether it's to run our park system, whether it's to run public safety, public works. Those type things are ingrained in the culture of the city on a day-to-day basis. We look to 2020 all the time. I know it's a little bit vague in the sense of it, but it's really a structure of how the city works. And we have been a city that has been firm in process. And that is what has made great success for our city. We don't rely on any one person who's in office. We don't rely on any one administrator in office. We rely on a process. And if we stick with the process, it takes us to where we need to go, and our citizens are generally happy with that.
As far as we're going to try to talk to you.
Yes, please.
Tell us a little bit, if you can, why you decided to run for office, because this is your first elected office, correct?
Yes.
And what motivated you and what you're looking forward to in terms of your term of office the next 4 years?
Thank you, and I'll call you Mr. Bluestein if that's okay.
That's fine. I appreciate that, but you don't have to.
For the audience,
for the audience, this is a former student from not that many years ago. He's pretty young, and we're just glad to have him here and have him in this position tonight.
And I'm so proud to be from Germantown High School, a product of, and the Fine Arts Department especially. I want to say thank you, first of all, to my forest rangers, my volunteers, who work tremendously and tirelessly for me on my behalf. Without my family and my friends, I couldn't have done this. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're doing fine. And if you feel like you can't go on, we can do sign language or translate for you.
The main reason I wanted to speak tonight was to say thank you to my family, my friends, my volunteers who worked tirelessly for me. And I apologize for my voice, but I'm proud of the support we had, and I look forward to the next 4 years trying to help the city of Germantown like I did as the planning director.
Okay, the planning director. You were the planning director for how many years?
For about 5 years.
5 years.
10 years at the city of Germantown, and I enjoyed helping people. So I'd like to continue that in this public service.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brendan. If you didn't hear that, he thanked his forest rangers and
his family.
And
they're all gathered at his house right this very moment.
Yes. Thank you.
Right. Well, Mike, we're gonna let you interpret a little bit for Forrest. We just were talking to some of the school board folks. There's been a general concern that maybe there's not going to be enough money. They were talking about a world-class school system in Germantown. How will that play out? Because you mentioned being fiscally conservative, and yet you've got this now looming school system that seems, at least tonight, to be one more step towards reality. How's that going to play out in terms of the money in?
Well, we're getting closer and closer each one of the steps, and of course we're waiting on Judge Mays' decision. But you know, I think that some of the things we've learned, the city and our citizens are very much attuned to value. And oftentimes when they see value in a particular service, whether it's school system or well-paved roads or other things, they're willing to make that investment. We obviously need to look at the physical side of supporting a school system, but I think we can make that happen. We have studied some other districts around the country where corporate Germantown, corporate Mid-South, an education foundation, community support. I know that here that the GHS-TV and the other programs at Houston and Germantown High really are funded by many of the parents and many of the support organizations and all the fundraising you do, Frank. I mean, gosh, that makes this happen so well. So we would have to take that old adage where it takes a village to make something like this happen. As we move forward, we learn more and more each day. Hopefully Memphians will not support a sales tax increase. We have heard that. We have championed that at early voting. Many of the candidates have asked people in Memphis during early voting, which they do funnel into Memphis to vote, or into Germantown to vote. We've asked do not support that. And I'm not sure where that's going right now, whether we followed that tonight. But if that doesn't happen, you know, that's one of the other pieces of the puzzle. So we'll find a way, Frank.
I think there are a lot of people that are wondering. But does that mean? And I'm just being straightforward. Is that when you said that about wanting to support those values that they appreciate? Does that mean perhaps an increase in property tax?
Well,
would that be on the table?
Certainly. I mean, many options would be. And again, I go back to, it's very easy. You know, if people can really perceive the value, they're willing to make the payment
They will.
or the investment.
Right.
And if it's property taxes, that may be an option. There are other things we can do. We have award-winning parks, many different other programs. I'm not going to say we need to cut those services, but we may have to look at some things differently in the future.
And we have heard over and over and over, we will pay whatever it takes to have the best school system going.
Well, to me, the most exceptional school system in the United States, and that will pay. We learn from people. This is the neatest thing about being in an election cycle and campaigning. People that have relocated to the city have come from other places like Highland Park, Texas, and they've told us stories when they move or they move into the area. The schools are so acclaimed and sought after that people don't put their houses on the market. They auction their houses. That's how bad people want to live in that community. If you build that culture here, we had it for years. You guys know that. That's why many of us moved to Germantown. We can reclaim that or take it to a higher ground, and we'll be nationally renowned. So the answer, I think, to your general question was yes.
Well, I remember years ago when before they had to build, or they were building or thinking about building Germantown Performing Arts Center, there was a move afoot to do that, and they ended up passing a small, I think, half-cent sales tax, or not sales tax, a property tax increase during that time. So that certainly reinforces exactly what you're saying. We have to run, but I want to ask you one quick question, Mr. Palazzolo, and Forrest, I'm not ignoring you, but we know your situation. So tomorrow morning, we're in the next election cycle. That'll be in 2 years. The mayoral race will be open. There's been a lot of buzz, at least I hear it. I think Ruth has heard it, that you might be interested in running for mayor. It would be a seat that you could run for and not jeopardize your current position. Is that something you're interested in?
Well, I have a little bit of a smile on my face, but I will tell you this: Mayor Sharon Goldsworthy is a mentor to me and to so many people in leadership in this city. She can remain mayor of the city until she's 90, as far as I'm concerned. If she decides to retire one day, I will give it some consideration. And I want to close with this. This young man has worked harder than anyone I have ever seen in this region in Germantown when it comes to running for office. And he can't speak tonight, but the people, whether they were school board candidates or alderman candidates, saw this in action. So thank you.
All right. Thank you both so much. We hope you recover, have a good time at your party tonight, and thank you, Mr. Palazzolo, for being with us. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
That was Alderman candidates Forrest Owen and Mike Palazzolo. Both we look like, at least it looks like from our election results, will be reelected or elected and reelected tonight. Now let's go back to Rachel Shannon in our election night headquarters. Rachel?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bluestein. Now let's go over to Justin Rowland for an update on the United States Senate. Justin?
Thanks, Rachel. We've got some more exciting results coming in, so let's look at those right now. First of all, CNN tells us that in the exciting state of Massachusetts, with 14% of the votes in, Democrat Elizabeth Warren has a very slim 51% to 49% lead over Republican Scott Brown. CNN also tells us that in the state of Ohio, with 21% of the votes in, Sherrod Brown has a 59% to 37% lead over Republican Josh Mandel. Now, Ohio is a big state in all elections because sometimes it can point to which party takes over the nation. CNN also tells us that in the state of Indiana, with 55% of the votes in, Democrat Joe Donnelly has 49% of the vote, and Republican Richard Murdoch has 45% of the vote. And the Huffington Post tells us that in the state of Pennsylvania, with 11% of the votes in, Democrat Bob Casey has 70% of the vote, and Republican Tom Smith has 29% of the vote, and that they can project the winner to be Bob Casey. And finally, in the state of Michigan, with 4% of the votes in, Democrat Debbie Stabenow has 56% of the vote, and Republican Pete Hoekstra has 40% of the vote, and they're projecting, the Huffington Post is projecting the winner to be Debbie Stabenow. Now, Cooper, one of the biggest issues in this year's election is whether or not a bill will be created to repeal the Affordable Care Act, or as most people know it, Obamacare. Now, if this bill, if created, makes it to the Senate, most likely will be rejected because the Democrats have a Senate majority and will most likely hold on to this majority if things continue to go the way they are. But what has to happen for that bill to make it to the Senate?
Well, first what's got to happen is the House has to propose the bill, and then they're going to take a vote on it. Now, right now, the House is a majority Republican, and it looks like it's going to stay that way. So with a majority Republican House, it looks like they would pass a bill to repeal it, pass it on to the Senate, where it would be voted on there.
That's very interesting. Well, we're going to have to take a look at that in these coming years as that unfolds. But for right now, that's all we have, so we're going to have to throw it back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Justin. Now let's go over to Sydney Armstrong for an update on the United States gubernatorial races. Sydney?
Thanks, Rachel. To begin our second round of results, all from Fox News, for the state of West Virginia, we have 10% of the votes in, with Democrat and current Governor Earl Ray Tomblin in the lead with 53% of the vote, and Republican Bill Maloney following behind with 42% of the vote. For the state of Delaware, with 41% of the votes in, Democrat and current Governor Jack Markell is in the lead with 72% of the vote, and Republican Jeff Craig following behind with 26% of the vote. For the state of Vermont, with 24% of the vote in from Fox News, we have Democrat and current Governor Peter Shumlin in the lead with 58% of the vote, leaving Republican Randy Brock following behind with 37% of the vote. Now, although Peter Shumlin is the current governor, it was predicted that his opposition to funding wind power for the state of Vermont would affect the number of votes he received, as the people of Vermont consider this an important energy source. So it's interesting to see that these predictions have not yet been proven credible. For the state of New Hampshire, with 12% of the votes in, Democrat Maggie Hassan is still in the lead with 59% of the vote, leaving Republican Ovid Lamantag behind with 38% of the vote. And lastly, for the state of North Dakota, with 1% of the votes in, we have Republican and current Governor Jack Dalrymple in the lead with 51% of the vote, and Democrat Ryan Taylor following very closely behind with 48% of the vote. Now, that's all the results I have for now. Rachel?
Now, Sydney, I understand that Wisconsin's election already happened on June 5th of this year, but tell me a little bit about that.
Well, Rachel, as you know, the current Governor Scott Walker was forced into recall election on March 30th, 2012. This is because he made a decision to cut collective bargaining rights for most public workers when he was elected. This caused a huge debate, therefore leading to a decision to have a recall election. Now, Walker is the third governor to ever have had to face a recall election and the first governor in U.S. history to have ever won a recall election. Rachel?
Thanks, Sydney. We're going to take a short break, but Election Night 2012 will be back in a few moments. Stay with us.
For 20 years, we brought you quality programming. We're your hometown news and information station, Germantown Community Television. Our Access Together series puts you in touch with what's happening in Germantown, with programs that both enlighten and entertain. For hometown hosts, a hometown attitude, and a genuine concern for you, our hometown viewers, stay tuned to Channel 17 each week and weekend for a new Access program. Produced in the nation's #1 educational TV facility, the award-winning Access Together series. Only on the station that puts you first, Germantown Community Television.
You're watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station.
Welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. With your moderator, Rachel Shannon, presidential anchor Kayla Myers, and Germantown anchor Michaela Amos, state anchor Emily Wolf, and U.S. Senate anchor Justin Rowland, U.S. House anchor Cooper Turrell, and gubernatorial anchor Sydney Armstrong, and political analyst Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2012. Now here's your moderator, Rachel Shannon.
Welcome back to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. Now let's turn to our presidential anchor for the night, Kayla Myers, for an update on the election. Kayla?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some interesting results from some new states. Reporting from Politico in our home state of Tennessee, with 26% of the votes in, President Obama has 35% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 64% of the votes. This is no surprise given Tennessee's voting history, since the last time they voted for a Democratic candidate was back with Clinton. Reporting from Politico in the state of New Mexico, with 15% of the votes in, President Obama has 54% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 42% of the votes. Now, New Mexico is surrounded by red states, but it has been leading Democratically. Reporting from NBC in the state of Wisconsin, with 1% of the votes in, President Obama has 41% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 58% of the votes. Wisconsin had been leading Republican, but it's early, so we'll have to see what happens. Reporting from Huffington Post in the state of Pennsylvania, with 11% of the votes in, President Obama has 68% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 31% of the votes. And to update you on our electoral vote count, President Obama has 148 votes, and Governor Romney has 153 votes. So we're just going to have to see how that happens tonight. Those are all the results I have for you right now. Rachel, back to you.
Thanks, Kayla. Now let's head over to Michaela Amos for an update on the Germantown Alderman and School Board races. Michaela?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some more actual results here for you right now. We currently have 7 out of our 12 precincts reporting, and so currently, incumbent Mike Palazzolo is leading in Alderman Position 3 with 74% of the vote to Sidney Kewen's 26. Looking at Position 4, Forrest Owens is leading with 56% of the vote to incumbent Mark Billingsley's 44. Looking at Position 5, Rocky Yonda is currently leading with 53% of the vote to Kyle Wiggins' 47. Looking at School Board Position 3, Natalie Williams is currently leading with 67% of the vote to Sammy Job's 33. And looking at School Board Position 4, Lisa Parker is currently leading with 45% of the vote to Brent Brockway's 36 and Edgar Babian's 20. That's all the results that I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Michaela. Now let's go over to Emily Wolf for an update on the Tennessee state races. Emily?
All right, Rachel, I've got some actual results in for you. From CNN for the U.S. Senate race with 50% of the votes in, we have Bob Corker leading Mark Clayton by 69% and Mark Clayton with 26%. And this is no surprise. Mark Clayton was disavowed by the Democratic Party shortly after the primaries. In the U.S. House District 7, with 24% of the vote in, we have Marsha Blackburn with 74% and Credo Amuzovic with 21%. And from MSNBC, U.S. House District 8, with 36% of the vote in, we have Stephen Fincher with 64% of the vote and Timothy Dixon with 33% of the vote. And this has been fairly consistent with our Germantown exit polls and our Germantown actuals. For U.S. House District 9, with only 1% of the vote in, we have Steve Cohen with 78% and George Flynn with 21%. And this is so early in the night, and it has been a fairly hard race to follow. And finally, Memphis City tax referendum with only 1% of the vote in, we have 41% for and 59% against. And this is very early, so it could be a close race. And that's all I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Emily. Now let's go over to Justin Rowland for an update on the United States Senate. And Justin, I hear you have some pretty interesting results in from battleground states. Tell us about that.
It's true, Rachel. I do have some results coming in from a couple news networks on our battleground states, so let's take a look. The Huffington Post tells us that in the state of Ohio, with 21% of the votes in, that they can project Sherrod Brown, the Democrat, the Democrat to be the winner with 54% of the vote, and Republican Josh Mandel only has 42%. CNN tells us that in the state of Missouri, with 1% of the votes in, Democrat Claire McCaskill has a slim 51% lead over Republican Todd Akin with 42%. Now, this has been an interesting race and a very controversial race because Republican Todd Akin has been heavily criticized for his comments on abortion and rape. And CNN tells us that in the state of Rhode Island, with 26% of the votes in, Democrat Sheldon Whitehouse has 61% of the vote and Republican Barry Hinckley has 39% of the vote, and they can project the winner to be Sheldon Whitehouse. And finally, CNN tells us that in the state of Virginia, with 37% of the votes in, Democrat Tim Kaine has 49% of the vote and Republican George Allen has 51% of the vote. Now, a lot of these battleground states are really close, so you have to stay with us to see how they unfold. But right now, back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Justin. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we will be providing political commentary and analysis throughout tonight's broadcast. So let's go over to Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning now. Mr. Bluestein?
Thank you, Rachel, and thanks to all of our great anchors over in the GHS-TV Election Night Central headquarters. I'm Frank Bluestein, and I'm joined here, as I have been for many years, with my co-host Ruth Dunning, and we've been talking about all kind of crazy things. We're waiting to see if Charles Darwin will be elected.
He's not going to be elected. He's just trying to get 1% of the vote.
I see.
In Georgia.
I see, in Georgia.
As a write-in candidate.
Let's talk just a little bit, Ruth, first of all, about our percentages. We're seeing a lot of percentages now coming in on the local, and of course we did some exit polling where we had some very tight races. One of those was the Yonda-Wiggins race, and we were showing, I think, Wiggins ahead, but now it looks like Yonda. We were like 2%. What's the percentage
margin of error?
Right.
5% for us. It's 5%. So. And that's 5% either way, which sounds like a big spread, and it is. But early voting has made exit polling a little more difficult. It was one thing when you could go on one day, and especially in Germantown, talk to almost every voter. So, so we did a much better job than the national exit pollers. But it's harder now, but we're still going to be within our 5% margin of error.
Well, we also have the school board race, and probably the one that was the most, I want to say contentious, but the one that had the closest margins was the Parker, Babian, and Brockaway race, and we're going to talk to one of those candidates in just a minute, but the same thing there. That was a three-way race where the margin was very, very close. And I think with early voting, I think it'll be interesting to see the early voting totals and how that stacks up maybe against the regular totals. I don't know how much movement there's been or what could cause that kind of movement to happen, even if there isn't. I guess in the national races more so if there's a debate, or maybe with Obama and Romney, the hurricane. How do you think that impacted the last week of voting there?
Most of the pundits say it helped Obama, but there are others who say no, it ended up helping Romney. I'm not sure how that fits, but if you can see a national leader actually leading and doing a very good job, and having Governor Christie, who was Mitt Romney's main surrogate, praising the president, I think it probably helped a little bit.
Well, and then they just pull out all the stops at the very last minute, and that can change everything. I think I mentioned before we saw that President Clinton, I kept seeing that on the news with him being very hoarse, like Forrest always was, campaigning with Obama, and that seemed to be a really strong image that was being projected. I was telling you before, I'm going to finish my Lincoln story.
Absolutely, we want to hear the end of it.
So in the second Lincoln election, in the second one, 1864, Lincoln was, I don't know if people realize, but Lincoln was not, I mean, it was close. It was tight. He was not winning that election. And he called his general, Sherman, who was in your state of Indiana at the time, and said, take all of those, let all of those soldiers, which he had about 15,000 soldiers, and he said, take all of those soldiers and let them go vote. Let them leave and go home and vote. And supposedly that 15,000, because they all were very supportive, the soldiers were very supportive of Lincoln, and they all went out and voted, and that made the margin of difference right at the very last minute. So when we talk about, when we think that today people do all kind of, I don't want to say that was a dirty trick, but that they do all kinds of things to get elected. There you have it with Abraham Lincoln. So we're going to move away from Lincoln just for a minute. And right now we're pleased to welcome two candidates for the Germantown new school board. For position 3, we've got Sammy Job, and for position 4, Brent Brockaway. Mr. Job has served as a teacher for over 25 years. He's been on a number of boards for Shelby County schools and is a veteran of the Vietnam War. Mr. Brockaway is vice president of a medical equipment and supply company. He is a graduate of Germantown High School and has been active in the Dogwood Elementary, Houston Middle, and Houston High PTAs. Gentlemen, welcome to our show. Let's talk just a little bit first. I'm going to start with you, Brent, because your race is really still in flux. We don't really know how that's going to end. We've got early voting, which we really haven't heard from yet. How are you feeling about it?
Well, I'm a little bit anxious that you show the results show that I'm a little bit behind. That I feel like I've got all my money on the blackjack table, and I'm waiting for the results, and it's a little anxious.
What motivated you to want to run for school board here in Germantown?
Well, I've got 4 children in the Germantown school system, two at Houston Middle, 2 at Houston High, and like you said, I graduated from Germantown. And I feel like we've got a once-in-a-generation opportunity to really help our community with the public schools. And I felt like I needed to do my very best to help the schools, and that's why I ran.
And Mr. Joe, I'm not sure about your race. Seems a little bit less encouraging, I would say at this point. But what about you? Why did you get into the race, and what were your aspirations for the school system?
After being in education for 25 plus years and living in Germantown and attending Germantown and graduating Germantown, and my wife and 2 of my children graduated Germantown, and I just wanted to make sure that Germantown schools maintain their standards that they have now and then even go higher with these standards. That was my goal, was just to make sure we maintained at least what we had and then go higher and be a national school system.
You've had some leadership positions in teachers' organizations here. Tell us a little bit about that.
I'm on a 2-year leave of absence from my teaching responsibilities to serve as president of Shelby County Education Association, and I represent the teachers and the school support personnel in Shelby County in various matters, whatever concerns that come up, problems, situations, and I represent them. I'm their liaison between the schools and the teachers and the central office.
So even if your race doesn't turn out the way you hope tonight, you'll still be seriously involved in.
Oh, definitely be seriously involved. I got as long as I'm enjoying it, I'm gonna keep teaching, and I'm gonna stay involved with the Germantown. I'm gonna be attending board meetings, and I'm willing to do whatever I can to make sure that the school system maintains what it's got and does even better. And I'll be there to support the board.
Okay.
Do you feel, Mr. Jobe, that's I don't know if this was raised in the election, but do you feel like there's maybe been a conflict of interest? Has that been raised that you're on the current, you're president of the Shelby County School Board, but you're running for the new Germantown board? Is that an issue, do you think, or was it an issue in the campaign?
I think it was for some people. I didn't see it as an issue. Of course, the law says that if you don't live in the district, you can run for the school board, and that's one reason I wanted to run, because I don't teach in the district, so I would be able to run for the school board. And I think some people made an issue. Our association, we represent teachers like the civil service represent their employees. Ask me other organizations, the ABA, they represent doctors. Lawyers, and the AMA represents doctors, and that's what we do. We just represent, the employees. And some people thought it was an issue, but I didn't see it as an issue.
Okay. What do you think, Brent, the very first thing a new school board should do?
Well, I'd like to first I need to thank my wife and my family and all my friends that helped out and all the voters that voted for me. I want to say thank you. And I think that the first job of the Germantown Municipal School Board should be hiring the correct superintendent, the best person for the job that we can find. There are some varying opinions, but as a group of 5, we would need to get together and decide what qualities we were looking for and what attributes. And after that, then we would start negotiating for the all 8 campuses. That would be the next.
Do you think that'll be a problem, the campus issue?
I definitely think it'll be a point of contention with the Unified School Board. I'm sure there are some very reasonable people on that board that will see our way, and maybe there's things we can do for them that they, that we might be able to work out a very pleasant agreement.
Okay.
If you're not elected on this, I'll ask this to both of you tonight. do you have aspirations for other political offices here in Germantown or other places, or was it mainly just a school issue for either one of you?
Well, personally, I never envisioned myself running for office. I don't have any aspirations to run for any other office. If I'm elected today, I will decide over the next 2 years whether to run again, but I will not run I have no plans to run for anything else.
It would only be for the school board,
Yes.
is where your heart lies.
Yes.
What about you, Mr. Joe?
I have the same thoughts. I've been in education for all my life. My wife's a retired teacher from Shelby County schools, and we all lived here. We went to school here, and we know what a great schools that are in Germantown, and we just want to maintain that. And I don't have any aspirations for running for any other office. If I did run again, it would be for the school board maybe down the road, because I want to make sure that we have a quality school system.
Yeah.
Well, Ruth is a former teacher, still teaching at the Governor's School. I'm currently teaching as well, and I think I can speak for Ruth to say we really appreciate the interest and the level of concern that both of you have expressed for the schools, for the school students, and for our community in that way. It's really gratifying. I think whatever happens, unified Germantown schools, to know that we've got individuals in the community that are this concerned and caring about our schools. So thank you both very much, and good luck with whatever happens tonight.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
That was Sammy Jobe and Brent Brockaway, candidates for the Germantown School Board. There are more guests still to come on our show tonight, quite a few as a matter of fact, but now we're going back to our election night headquarters to see more results, and they're coming in pretty quickly, I understand. Rachel, we're back with you.
Thanks, Mr. Bluestein. Now let's go over to Cooper Turl for an update on the United States House races. Cooper?
Thanks, Rachel. We've just gotten some results in for some pretty close races, so let's take a look. In Pennsylvania's 8th district, with 1% of the votes in, Republican Mike Fitzpatrick has 54% of the votes over Democrat Kathy Bookvar with 46% of the votes. In Ohio's 6th district, with 27% of the votes in, Republican Bill Johnson has 53% of the votes over Democrat Charlie Wilson with 47% of the votes. In North Carolina's 7th district, with 53% of the votes in, Democrat Mike McIntyre has a small lead of 53% of the votes over Republican David Rouser's 47% of the votes. And looking again at Florida's 18th district, with 81% of the votes in, Democrat Patrick Murphy and Republican Alan West both have 50% of the votes. Now, at this point, with 81% of the votes in, normally a district race like this would be called, but these two are neck and neck. Those are all the results I have for you right now. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Cooper. Now, Cooper, with what is going on right now, what does it look like is going to happen with the control of the House?
Well, the Republicans are the clear favorites to stay in the control of the House. Actually, CNN just projected that the Republicans would maintain control of the House tonight. But in the 2008 elections, when the Republicans were in control of the House, the Democrats were able to miraculously pull it off. So we'll see we'll have to see what happens tonight, Rachel. Back
Thanks,
to you.
Cooper. Now let's head over to Kayla Myers.
Thanks, Rachel. After the break, I'll update you on some key states such as Florida and Ohio to see what the presidential race is looking like now. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Kayla. We're going to take a short break, but don't go away. We'll be right back.
You can now watch your favorite Germantown community television shows from anywhere in the world. GHS-TV is streaming online, live 24/7. A viewing screen displays our channel just like you see on television. Simply visit our website at www.ghstv.org. So log on and enjoy hometown news from anywhere in the world, only at ghstv.org.
You're watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station.
Welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. With your moderator, Rachel Shannon, presidential anchor Kayla Myers, and Germantown anchor Michaela Amos, state anchor Emily Wolf, and U.S. Senate anchor Justin Rowland, U.S. House anchor Cooper Turrell, and gubernatorial anchor Sidney Armstrong, and political analyst Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2012. Now here's your moderator, Rachel Shannon.
Welcome back to Election Night 2012. Let's go straight over to Kayla Myers for some results on the presidential election. Kayla?
Thanks, Rachel. I have several news sources reporting some very interesting results. Reporting from NBC News in the state of Colorado, with 45% of the votes in, President Obama has 51% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 48% of the votes. Now, Colorado's governor and senators are all Democrats. Reporting from Fox News in the state of New Mexico, with 22% of the votes in, President Obama has 55% of the votes and Governor Romney has 41% of the votes. Now, Fox News has projected that President Obama has won New Mexico. Reporting from Fox News in the state of Wisconsin, with 5% of the votes in, President Obama has 43% of the votes and Governor Romney has 56% of the votes, which is still really surprising since Wisconsin had been leaning Republican. Reporting from CNN in the state of Florida, with 79% of the votes in, President Obama has 49% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 50% of the votes. So they're literally neck and neck in this state, and Governor Romney really needs Florida if he wants to make it to 270. And lastly, reporting from the New York Times in the state of Ohio, with 16% of the votes, President Obama has 54% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 45% of the votes. Those are all the results I have for you, Rachel. I'll check back in with you later.
Thanks, Kayla. Now let's head over to Michaela Amos for an update on our local elections. Michaela?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some more actual results here for you right now. We currently have 9 out of our 13 precincts reporting. So I can tell you that in our Alderman Position 3 race, incumbent Mike Palazzolo is still leading with 74% of the vote over Sidney Hewen's 26%. In our Position 4 race, Forrest Owens is still leading with 56% of the vote over incumbent Mark Billingsley's 44%. Looking at Position 5, we still have a very close race with Rocky Yondo holding 51% of the vote and Kyle Wiggins holding 49%. And then looking at our School Board Position 3, we currently have Natalie Williams still leading with 67% of the vote to Sammy Job's 33%. And looking at our School Board Position 4, we currently have Lisa Parker still leading with 44% of the vote to Brent Brockway's 36% and Edgar Babian's 19%. And that's all the results that I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Michaela. Now let's go to Justin Rowland for an update on the United States Senate. And Justin, I hear you have some huge news for us. Tell us.
Rachel, I do in fact have some huge news. What I, at the beginning of the show, called the most exciting race of 2012 can now be called. Huffington Post tells us that in the state of Massachusetts, with 46% of the votes in, that they can project Elizabeth Warren to be the winner with 53% of the vote and Republican Scott Brown with 47% of the vote. CNN tells us that in the state of Missouri, with 3% of the votes in, Democrat Claire McCaskill has a 57% to 36% lead over Republican Todd Akin. Huffington Post tells us that in the state of New York that they can project Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand to be the winner with 64% of the vote to Republican Wendy Long's 34% of the vote. Huffington Post also tells us that in the state of Indiana, with 69% of the votes in, now this is another big state, that they can project the winner to be Joe Donnelly with 49% of the vote to Republican Richard Murdoch's 46% of the vote. And finally, in the state of West Virginia, With 55% of the vote in, Huffington Post is projecting Joe Manchin to be the winner, and he's the Democrat with 62% to Republican John Race's 35%. Now, several huge results in this round. So, I mean, just some major stuff going on right now in the Senate. But that's all I have for right now. So back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Justin. We will now go back over to Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning for more political analysis and commentary. Mr. Bluestein?
Thanks so much, Rachel. All exciting news going on in our Election Night Central headquarters, and we're getting the results in now really fast and furiously, I guess we should say. I'm Frank Bluestein, and I'm joined with my co-host, Ruth Dunning. And as we keep saying all night, we've been at this for 30 years. This is our 30th anniversary. We're an election night couple, so to speak. We are.
I hadn't thought of it that way.
Let's talk just for a minute, Ruth. We really haven't touched too much on the Tennessee races, even though there's not quite as much to talk about. Tennessee has already been called for the Republican presidential candidate Mitt Romney, and Corker has breezed to a very easy re-election. We all remember the first election, which was, of course, against Harold Ford, and that was a quite close election with a lot of controversy.
Well, this election had a little controversy, too.
How so?
Well, the Democratic candidate managed to sneak on the ballot. Nobody's just really won a primary is how he got on, but it's still a bit of a mystery. He's very, very extreme. The Democratic Party tried to get him off of the ballot and couldn't.
Extreme in what way?
Well, he belongs to some groups that are, some people would call bigoted or homophobic. They're just kind of the outer edge of, they're beyond acceptable.
And curious, I mean, how does that happen with the Democratic Party?
I'm not sure. Because it's not what you think. It's not
right, exactly.
But for Corker, since Lugar lost in Indiana, Lugar was the ranking member on the Foreign Affairs Committee, which means he's kind of the vice chairman. If the Republicans would take over the Senate, he would become the chairman of the...
Who would become the chairman?
Lugar. Had Lugar been
had Lugar, yeah, but Lugar's was
Lugar's
defeated.
Gone. Which means now that Corker's probably going to become the ranking member. That's what you call the leader of the minority party. He will become the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee if Republicans control the Senate. Now, I think our predictions say that's not going to happen. But that's a very important, highly influential position. And a little bit unusual for someone who's just now winning his second term.
Well, and we've also got, of course, in Memphis, which is, I think, interesting, too. I mean, it's interesting nationally, but people will ask me about this when I go out of town, about Cohen, representing this district in Memphis. And it looks like, from early returns that we saw coming in, looks like Cohen's going to be handily reelected against George Flynn. How does that happen? I mean, why is that, do you think?
Well, what was interesting there is that there was some gerrymandering going on in that district. Dr. Flynn, and I think maybe some of our students have talked about it, had a very controversial rap video going on.
I see.
That was not, some of the people in the video had not given permission for that filming. It was filmed somewhere, wherever you go to see a rap something. And so there was some controversy about that, but I don't know that we've got enough, a high enough percentage to know that Dr. Flynn's going to lose.
I don't think we do at this point, but we'll come back to that. I want to talk to you also about, you mentioned Indiana. We want to talk about that Indiana Senate race, because that was another case of someone, I guess, making a more extreme comment. We certainly have got the race in Missouri with McCaskill and Aiken, another comment.
Both of those have Tea Party roots.
Right. So we'll come back and talk about the Tea Party and whatever else, but we're going to go 180 degrees from the Tea Party, I think, right now. And we'd like to welcome two more Germantown School Board candidates, Natalie Williams and Lisa Parker. Mrs. Williams is running for position 3 on the school board. the new school board, I should say. She has been an educator for over 10 years and has been very active in My Germantown Schools and the Farmington Elementary PTA. Ms. Parker is running for position 4. She served the city as an alderman for 8 years. She is a past president of the Riverdale Elementary PTA and is an honorary life member of the Tennessee PTA. Welcome to you, welcome both to you to our show today. And I probably should say, it looks like, I know Ms. Williams, congratulations. It looks like your race is probably going to happen. And Ms. Parker, I think it looks like you're way ahead too, or certainly ahead. And pulling out, we just had Brent Brockway on the show. So early congratulations, I would suspect, on your race as well. Could you both tell us, Ms. Parker, you've been in politics for many, many years here in Germantown as an alderman. What motivated you to suddenly move from that kind of arena into the school board?
Well, the reason I ran for an alderman back 23 years ago was because of the schools. That's when consolidation kind of reared its head at that time. And I wanted to make a difference because I was a PTA president at that time, and I thought, what can I do? What can I do to get involved? What can I do to stop this? And as you know, after running and after winning, that's when we tried to secede from the county. And all the municipalities got together, and we were going to do the Neshoba County, and that's when all that took place. So we stopped it at that time, and then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a place where we are now, where Memphis has dropped its charter, and we find ourselves with a unified school district of over 100,000 children, and with the possibility of having Germantown having its own schools. And back in August, we voted 86%, voted to say we want our own school district. I thought, I've got to be a part of that. So that's the reason I jumped right in.
Ms. Williams, I want to ask you something. In the candidate forum, you talked about kind of open schools, the idea that there might not be boundaries for every school. Do you remember what I'm talking about? Explain that, because we didn't have time enough, and I assume you're still interested in exploring that idea. Tell us exactly what that is.
Well, the first thing I want to do is say thank you to all of my supporters, most importantly my husband, who has been my #1 cheerleader from the beginning. I want to thank all of those involved with My Germantown Schools who have just jumped right in and helped me work the polls, have hosted yard signs, and have been there for me. My PTA friends, my friends from my mom's Bible study group. It has really just been a pleasure and an honor to go out and meet all of the people in Germantown and to hear about their passion for education. And the campaign has been fast and furious, to use your words, but has been such a great experience for me. The forum was certainly a part of that, and I enjoyed sharing my ideas, my experience, and my vision for Germantown schools. One of the things we did talk about was student population, what is that going to look like, and how are we going to make sure that that we meet that critical mass, critical capacity. I think, first and foremost, we do serve the children and families of Germantown. Secondly, we've got to look at ways to fill those empty seats. I think open enrollment is one way to do that. I don't think that no boundaries is necessarily the way that I would view it. I think there's a lot of ways to fill those seats. I don't know that our current boundaries are going to work for all of our schools, because we have some that are over capacity, and honestly, that I don't feel like that's acceptable. So I think there's going to be some changes, some shifting around, but the most important thing is that we serve all our children well, that when those parents send those children in the door of that elementary school or that high school or that middle school, they know that they are getting the best educational opportunities that they can have. And that's what I look forward to doing as a member of the very first Germantown School Board.
Very good. Do you have any idea, Lisa, I know you do, about who you'd like to select as the superintendent of schools?
Yes, and I sat at the forum that would love to talk with Mr. Aiken about that possibility. And of course, I know there will be others that will put their hat in the ring, and we'll have the opportunity to interview each and every one of them. So that will be an opportunity for the new school board. So.
I'd like to ask a more direct question because it really now I think is pertinent. I mean, another important player besides the superintendent is the school board chairman. And there's now 5 of you that have been elected or almost elected or probably elected very shortly. Who's going to be the new school board chairman? Who are you going to vote for, or who are you caucusing around?
Well, my understanding at this point, and again, it's very early in our whole process, but my understanding is that once we're sworn in on December 1st, we do attend a Tennessee School Board Association orientation in Nashville. I'm hoping at that time they can kind of talk us through suggested procedures for selecting a chair. They may have rules and regulations about that we're not even aware of. So, you know, I think over the next month, I hope that we can all just kind of get to know each other. What's our vision for Germantown schools? What are we looking for in a superintendent? And just kind of build some cohesiveness and just an attitude of teamwork so that when we go into our orientation, we can come out, you know, ready to get to work. So I don't really know that we can give you a direct answer for your direct question.
Well, Lisa might be able to. Lisa might be able to give you. She was very direct about the superintendent. I guess my question really is: would either of you be interested in being the chairman?
I'd love to.
Okay, that's a good answer.
But as you know, 3 of the seats were uncontested.
Right.
We really don't have a chance to know, you know, the personalities, the character of those 3 individuals. I've gotten to know Natalie well. So
because both of you running against different people, but you were both in contested seats.
Yeah.
Right. We've gotten suntans and sore feet from standing out at early voting. So we've gotten to know each other quite well.
So you would be interested if it all came to pass that you would be interested in being the superintendent,
Yes, sir.
Chairman. Would you be interested at all in that position? Do you think?
I at this time, no. I think that each of the 5 of us, have strengths to bring to the table. I don't know that I possess the strengths necessary to be the chair at this time. I think I look forward to, again, meeting with all of us and figuring out what everybody brings to the table and selecting a strong chair.
Okay.
I feel like I have the leadership. I served as alderman and vice mayor and served as many liaisons for many different commissions. I feel like I have the experience to do the job. And if they want to elect me to do that, I'll certainly take it and run with it.
Tomorrow morning, like I say, starts another campaign cycle. I feel a campaign starting right here in our studio. I love this. Okay. Well,
it's not a campaign, believe me.
I hear you. I'm just playing around a little bit. But thank you both very much.
Thank you. Thanks
congratulations
for
your election tonight, and good luck on the new school board. As I said to one of our other to some of our other guests, it's inspiring to know that we have so many leaders that will just come forward in our community that want to do this, that want to be part of the schools and to help education in our community. And
we look so forward to Germantown schools. We can't tell you how much we look forward to it. So.
Very good. We look forward to your leadership. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
That was Germantown School Board candidates Natalie Williams and Lisa Parker. Now let's go back to Rachel Shannon in our election night headquarters. Rachel, what's going on?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bluestein. Now let's head over to Sydney Armstrong for an update on the United States gubernatorial races. Sydney?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some results with already projected winners for you now. For the state of Vermont, from CNN with 40% of the votes in, Democrat and current Governor Peter Shumlin is projected to be the winner with 58% of the votes, leaving Republican Randy Brock behind with 38% of the votes. From Fox News, for the state of West Virginia, we have 52% of the votes in, with Democrat and current Governor Earl Ray Tomlin in the lead with 51% of the votes, and Republican Bill Maloney following very closely behind with 45% of the votes. For the state of North Carolina, from CNN, we have 76% of the votes in, with Republican Pat McCrory in the lead with 55% of the votes, followed by Democrat Walter Dalton with 43% of the votes. From CNN, for the state of New Hampshire, with 17% of the votes in, Democrat Maggie Hassan is in the lead with 57% of the votes and also is projected to be the winner over Republican Ovid Lamantag with 41% of the votes. For the state of Delaware, with 79% of the votes in, we have Democrat and current Governor Jack Markell projected to be the winner with 71% of the votes, and Republican Jeff Craig with 27% of the votes. Now that's all the results I have for now. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Sydney. We're going to take a short break, but don't go away. We already have results pouring in. Please stay with us.
You've watched it over the span of 3 decades. We've dedicated ourselves to making it a fantastic community show, and the Alliance for Community Media has named GHS-TV's Crosstalk the best informational program in the country. From coverage of important area issues and events to conversations with high-profile local, national, and international personalities, Crosstalk keeps you informed and entertained. Don't miss Crosstalk, produced entirely by the students of Germantown High School. The news show airs each week only on Germantown Community Television, cable channel 17.
Watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station.
Welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. With your moderator, Rachel Shannon, presidential anchor Kayla Myers, and Germantown anchor Michaela Amos. State anchor Emily Wolf and U.S. Senate anchor Justin Rowland. U.S. House anchor Cooper Turrell and gubernatorial anchor Sidney Armstrong. And political analyst Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2012. Now here's your moderator, Rachel Shannon.
Welcome back to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. Now let's go over to Kayla Myers for an update on the presidential election. Kayla?
Thanks, Rachel. I've received some really interesting results. Reporting from NBC in the state of New Hampshire, with 19% of the votes in, President Obama has 54% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 45% of the votes, and NBC has projected Obama to win New Hampshire. Reporting from NBC in the state of North Carolina, with 81% of the votes in, President Obama has 48% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 51% of the votes. This is no surprise since they had been leaning Republican. Reporting from the New York Times in the state of Virginia, with 55% of the votes, President Obama has 47% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 51% of the votes. Reporting from NBC News in the state of Ohio, with 46% of the votes in, President Obama has 51% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 47% of the votes. And lastly, reporting from the Huffington Post in the state of Florida, with 85% of the votes in, President Obama has 49% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 49% of the votes. Now they're tied, and President Obama's up by 40,000, and with another 2,000, there could be the possibility of a recount similar to what happened in 2000. So we're going to have to really look at Florida tonight. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Kayla. Now let's go over to Michaela Amos for an update on the Germantown Alderman and school board races. Michaela?
Thanks, Rachel. I currently have 11 out of our 13 precincts reporting, so we're nearing the end of our Germantown elections tonight. So let me tell you the results that we currently have. In our Position 3 race, we have incumbent Mike Palazzolo leading with 75% of the vote to Sidney Kewen's 25%. Looking at Position 4, we currently have Forrest Owens still leading with 56% of the vote to incumbent Mark Billingsley's 44%. Looking at Position 5, our very, very close race of the evening, we currently have Rocky Yondo leading slightly with 51% of the vote to Kyle Wiggins's 49%. Looking at our school board Position 3 race, we currently have Natalie Williams leading again with 67% of the vote to Sammy Job's 33%. And looking at our school board position 4, we currently have Lisa Parker still in the lead with 44% of the vote to Brent Brockway's 38 and Edgar Babian's 19. That's all the results that I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Michaela. Now let's go over to Emily Wolf, who will tell us just how our state of Tennessee is voting tonight. Emily?
Well, all right, Rachel, I just have a few actual results for you. And from CNN for the U.S. Senate race with 59% of the vote in, we have Bob Corker significantly ahead with 69% and Mark Clayton with 26%. And for the U.S. House District 9 race, we have Steve Cohen with 77% and Flynn with 21%, but that is only with 4% of the vote in tonight. And the Memphis City tax referendum, only with 5% of the vote in, has 66% against and 34% for. It looks like they're leaning toward against, but we'll really have to see what happens with only 5% of the vote in. That's all I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Emily. Now let's turn to Justin Rowland for an update on the United States Senate races. Justin?
Thanks, Rachel. We've got some big results coming in some key battleground states, so let's look at those right now. First of all, NBC News tells us that in the state of Missouri, with 20% of the votes in, it can project Claire McCaskill, the Democrat, to win with 55% of the vote to Republican Todd Akin's 39% of the vote. CNN tells us that in the state of Minnesota, with 5% of the votes in, Democrat Amy Klobuchar has a huge 67% to 29% lead over Republican Kurt Bills, and they can also project the winner to be Amy Klobuchar. CNN tells us that in the state of Virginia, with 61% of the votes in, Democrat Tim Kaine has 49% of the vote, and George Allen has 51% of the vote. This race is really neck and neck. And finally, CNN tells us that in the state of New Mexico, with 23% of the votes in, Democrat Martin Heinrich has a 54% to 44% lead over Republican Heather Wilson. Now, Cooper, it's looking more and more like the Democrats are going to maintain control of the Senate. What is it looking like in the House, and what does that mean for the future of the nation?
Well, it looks like the Republicans are going to stay in control of the House. In fact, CNN just projected that they would in fact stay in control. And what that's going to mean is probably any bill that's, most bills that are passed to the Senate are going to be shot down simply because it's going to be proposed and voted on by a majority Republican House and then passed on and voted on by a majority Democratic Senate.
It's definitely an interesting position that the nation is putting itself in, so we'll have to see what happens in the coming years. That's all we have for right now, Rachel, so back to you.
Thanks, Justin. And now let's go over to our host, Frank Bluestein, and our political analyst, Ruth Dunning. Mr. Bluestein.
Thank you, Rachel. And we're back here in our election night headquarters. I'm with my co-host, Ruth Dunning, and we've been at it all evening. This very, very exciting election, very close here in Germantown, very close, of course, nationally in many, many races, particularly the presidential race. And Ruth, some of these Senate races that'll determine the makeup of the Senate, they've been very close. We were talking about McCaskill and Akin and these comments. How does that happen? How does someone that's at that level make those kind of comments at that basically just has shifted the entire election?
Right. It may, in fact, the main election, Indiana election, and the Missouri election probably have cost Republicans their best chance to take over the House, the Senate. In Maine, when Olympia Snowe resigned, or didn't resign, but just elected not to run for re-election, Kaine, who's a very popular ex-governor, ran as an independent, but he's expected to caucus with the Democrats, so that's a Angus King. Angus King. Right. Isn't that what I said?
Kaine.
Oh,
but that's
King.
That's another race. Right.
King. In Indiana and Missouri, you have these comments about rape that just blew those contests up. They infuriated women. Murdoch in Indiana, who defeated, I didn't think it was possible, actually, to run to the right of Dick Lugar, but he did and won handily. It was a big percentage. Lugar was the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I mean, he was an important and had been since before we started here, so longer than
right,
30
exactly.
years. And so that now Donnelly has been declared the winner there. So that's seat 2 that Republicans should have that they've lost. And Aiken in Missouri, he's the one who kind of started this brouhaha.
Exactly. I think what we often forget is that so many of these races are personality driven.
Right.
Because I'm looking at Missouri in the governor's race, you've got Nixon, the Democrat who's going to win, it looks like, in the governor's race, but yet it's a very, it's more so the Republican-leaning state.
More, yeah.
Right. And so they're all over the place. So really, sometimes party label matters not at all, especially in more of those Midwestern, those kinds of states, maybe not so much in the South and maybe not so much now in the upper Northeast, New England area.
Well, McCaskill is not a very popular figure. She's not popular in Missouri. She's not very popular in the Senate. But the McCaskills were kind of to Missouri forever and ever what the Kennedys were in Massachusetts. It was a name that everybody knew. They'd been in office. They were a power family in the state. But it looks like maybe she's going to, pull it out.
I think they've declared her. I believe they've declared her the winner,
her.
And some of them have declared her the winner.
So that's 3 seats that the Republicans should have had if they were going to take over the Senate that they've lost.
Well,
I did hear one commentator say, why in the world, after Ted Aiken made that comment, didn't somebody go around to every candidate and say, look, there are about 4 words you do not say.
Right.
It just didn't, and maybe they did, and it just didn't sink in.
And of course, it's a grueling kind of process too. I'm sure there are times they just lose it. I mean, they're
say, the brain to mouth filter.
Right, exactly. Well, we'll talk some more. I want to talk a little bit at some point in the show about the Senate race that'll start tomorrow morning for 2014, because it's pretty interesting too. So we'll get to that. Right now, though, we've got some more guests in the studio. Our guests are both running for positions as Germantown Alderman. I'm joined by Position 5 candidate Kyle Wiggins and Position 4 incumbent Mark Billingsley. Mr. Wiggins is a local attorney who also served in the Memphis Police Department. He's a member of the Germantown Rotary Club and the city's Beautification Commission. Mr. Billingsley is serving his first 4-year term as alderman for the city of Germantown and has served as the city's vice mayor. Mr. Billingsley is the director of major gifts for the Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare Foundation. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Good evening. Thank you.
Alderman Billingsley, we'll start with you. Sure. This is still a very close race. We don't have all the results in, don't have early voting in. It looks like at the moment that you're a little behind in the race. Tell us a little bit about what happened in terms of the race and how you think, or why you think maybe it's so close for this particular election.
Well, Frank, I don't really, I certainly give my best wishes to Forrest Owens in his race. He ran a good campaign. He's a good man. I think he's a good person. He's a graduate of Germantown High School. From the beginning, I didn't feel like I was running against Forrest Owens. I mean, Forrest is a good guy, but quite frankly, there were others in our current government administration that really wanted me out. I've been a straight-talking alderman since I was elected in 2008. I've questioned the budget. I've been the alderman over Financial Advisory Commission. I'm over personnel issues. I've really focused on administration, ways that we can whittle our budget down. And quite frankly, by asking questions, I think sometimes in local government here in Germantown, you sometimes, from an administrative standpoint, become somewhat of the bad guy. You become a good guy to the citizens that are paying attention. My race was not about Forrest Owens. I'll be very candid with you. My race was about Alderman Palazzolo, Alderman Markham, who actively and openly campaigned against me. So I certainly, again, this is not sour grapes, it's just the facts. And once in a while in Germantown, we have to talk about the facts. And the facts are that we had 2 aldermen that saw me as a threat. I originally ran in 2008 to represent the citizens of Germantown. I've done that proudly. I've never backed away from asking the questions. But that's what I've served for 4 years. And if I was to continue to serve for 4 years, I would continue what I've started. But I think, again, Mr. Owens is a good man. But this race wasn't about Forrest Owens. This was about aldermen and even higher level officials that wanted me to rubber stamp issues, and I refused to do that.
There's, of course, the future. I mean, you've not been involved in politics that long. Is this? Are you? If you don't win re-election tonight, do you think that you'll stay in the political arena?
Well, you know, Frank, I've always served the community. I started doing public service, quite frankly, when I was 15 years old. Never thought I would serve as a politician. But I did run 4 years ago and was successful being a 16-year incumbent. I don't think my days in public service are over, but I certainly would take great review at local politics. It's not about the issues anymore. It's more of a decoration contest of what color sign or how many signs. It's not about the issues. If we could sit on this TV station and people in Germantown could really hear about the issues with schools and our budget and our general fund being upside down in 2014, I would be elected by 90% of the voters, in my opinion, because I do straight talk. But I think that's where it is. And again, I love Germantown. It's been a privilege to serve for 4 years. Maybe I get a chance to run for another 4, but I'll be back one way or the other. And it doesn't always have to be in a political capacity. It can be what I've done most of my life, which is service to this community.
Well, we very much appreciate it. I know you've done a lot of great work, and I don't think that's going to go unnoticed or forgotten. Kyle, of course, this was your first race in Germantown, and I assume in any political arena. What motivated you to get in the race to start with?
Well, there are a couple of issues. Of course, Frank, you know, my kids are students at Farmington, and so we've been following that issue very closely over the last year to year and a half, and I think in many respects we've only begun to chip at the iceberg of what we have to deal with locally with the schools. I think a lot of people still are not fully aware of the mountains left to climb on the schools issue. And so I want to make sure we proceed carefully and to do it the right way. And I think, you know, we've been studying an ambulance service here in Germantown for about 2 years. I think it's time that we operate our own ambulance service. So those were a couple of the issues that motivated me this year.
Do you think that you'll be back if you should not be successful tonight? Do you think you'll stay in the involved in politics in the Germantown area?
I don't know. I'll stay involved in community service.
There's a lot of ways to serve. You don't have to be elected.
Correct. I'd like to serve on the Beautification Commission again. So there are numerous ways to stay involved. So I will stay involved.
Okay. That's Ruth?
But they've said it all.
What is your outlook for the schools, just from both of your opinions about, we've heard from several other people about the school system, particularly you said about they still have roads to climb. Are you talking about the financial issue that might be facing those school systems? What does that mean exactly? What do you think the issues are for this new school system?
In the next year, depending upon what Judge Mays rules, you're going to have significant issues that are kind of just bubbling under the surface, particularly how many students we're going to educate. There's a strong contingency in Germantown who want a school system for Germantown students only. And then there are others who feel like the system should stay very much like we currently have. I think that's going to become a conflict out in the open.
How does the Board of Aldermen get involved in that? I mean, it seems to me like that's a school board issue, but tell me how the aldermen can be involved.
Well, I'll just speak for myself. I've been involved in the education issue since November of 2010 when Memphis City Schools chose to relinquish their charter. I feel like we've done our due diligence. We acted as a team. We had great solidarity as a board. We're as of this moment waiting for Judge May's ruling.
Right.
We've done a lot of homework. We did a lot of due diligence. As an alderman, one of the things I saw my role as an alderman, if we are to be successful in moving forward, especially with the relationship with the school board, I think the school board is going to have to make very, very tough decisions. I've heard a lot of rhetoric on the parking lot over the last 2 weeks of early voting, some promises, some things we're going to do, some things we're not going to do. You know, a lot of education is based on law, and there's not a whole lot of wiggle room one way or the other. But as a board of alderman, I think my future role will or would have been to provide some cover when they make tough decisions. As an alderman, I've made tough decisions. It may be one of the reasons my race is really close tonight. When you're a leader and you make tough decisions, sometimes it takes the public a little bit of time to catch up. If this current elected school board makes just popular decisions, which some are already, even tonight we heard someone's thinking about being the chairman of the school board. If they don't slow down and aren't as thoughtful as our board has been over the last 2 years, quite frankly, I think it can be a train wreck. Now, there's great people who've been elected, hopefully to serve, but my thought is be thoughtful, be diligent, and be patient. Our board has been patient, and we've worked as a team. But one thing the Board of Aldermen can do is provide cover when they make those tough decisions, which I hope they will, that'll benefit all of Germantown. The Board of Aldermen can provide some cover, and when the public doesn't necessarily understand a decision, the board can say, gosh, let's support our school board and let's take Germantown forward.
Okay.
All right. Well, they're telling me we have to get back to more results because the election is still going on. Both of yours are in contention, so we want to get back and see where we are with the election. Thank you both for being with us. Alderman Billingsley, thanks for all the service that you've given to this city. And we also look on this side of Mr. Wiggins towards you, hopefully staying in the arena and being active in our city. We really look forward to that from both of you.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Ruth.
Thank you.
That was Position 5 Alderman candidate Kyle Wiggins and Position 4 incumbent Mark Billingsley, Alderman for the City of Germantown. We'll return shortly with more guests and some incredible insight from my co-host Ruth Dunning about tonight's races. But now let's send things back to Rachel Shannon and our great GHS TV crew. Rachel?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bluestein. We're going to take a short break, but don't go away. We have much more election night coverage coming your way. Please stay with us.
For more than 20 years, we brought you quality programming. We're your hometown news and information station, Germantown Community Television. Our Access Together series puts you in touch with what's happening in Germantown, with programs that both enlighten and entertain. For hometown hosts, a hometown attitude, and a genuine concern for you, our hometown viewers, stay tuned to Channel 17 each week and weekend for a new Access program. Produced in the nation's #1 educational TV facility, the award-winning Access Together series. Only on the station that puts you first, Germantown Community Television.
You're watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station.
Welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. With your moderator, Rachel Shannon, presidential anchor Kayla Myers, and Germantown anchor Michaela Amos, state anchor Emily Wolf, and U.S. Senate anchor Justin Rowland, U.S. House anchor Cooper Turrell, and gubernatorial anchor Sidney Armstrong, and political analyst Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2012. here's your moderator, Rachel Shannon.
Welcome back to Election Night 2012. Now let's turn to Kayla Myers for an update on the presidential election. Kayla?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some key battleground states for you. From NBC, in the state of Michigan, with 24% of the votes in, President Obama has 51% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 48% of the votes, and NBC has projected President Obama to be the winner of Michigan. Now, the auto bailout has really helped President Obama in this state. Reporting from ABC in the state of Colorado, with 58% of the votes in, President Obama has 51% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 47% of the votes. Reporting from the HuffingtonPost.com in the state of Iowa, with 7% of the votes in, President Obama has 58% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 40% of the votes. Previously, Iowa was historically Republican, but as their economy changed, their political landscape has changed. Reporting from NBC in the state of Virginia, with 66% of the votes in, President Obama has 47%, and Governor Romney has 51%. And finally, in the state of Florida, with 89% of the votes in, President Obama has 49% and Governor Romney has 49%, so they're still tied. In their electoral vote count, President Obama has 173 and Governor Romney has 163. So we'll keep you updated throughout the night. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Kayla. Now let's go over to Michaela Amos for an update on our local elections. Michaela?
Thanks, Rachel. Now, I do have results from all of our precincts currently. However, these results are not final because they have not factored in early voting or absentee ballots. So with all of our precincts reporting in Alderman Position 3, Mike Palazzolo is leading with 74% of the vote to Sidney Hewen's 26%. Looking at Position 4, Forrest Owens is still leading with 56% of the vote to incumbent Mark Billingsley's 44%. Looking at Position 5, Rocky Yonda is still leading with 52% of the vote to Kyle Wiggins' 48%. Now, this has been a very close race all night. Now looking at our school board Position 3 race, Natalie Williams is still leading with 67% of the vote to Sammy Job's 33%. And looking at our school board Position 4 race, Lisa Parker is still leading with 44% of the vote to Brent Brockway's 37% and Edgar Babian's 19%. And that's all the results that I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Michaela. Now let's head over to Emily Wolf for an update on the Tennessee state races. Emily?
Well, Rachel, I've got a few updates for you. And from CNN in U.S. House District 7 with 92% of the vote in, we have Credo Amuzovic trailing behind Marsha Blackburn with 24% and to Blackburn's 71%, and Blackburn is the projected winner tonight. For CNN, from CNN, House District 8 with 65% of the vote in, we have Stephen Fincher with 65% and Timothy Dixon with 31%, and Fincher is the projected winner. And finally, from U.S. House District 9, we have 5% of the vote in. We have Cohen with 79% and Flynn with 20%. And that's all I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Emily. Now let's go over to Justin Rowland for an update on the United States House. Justin?
Thanks, Rachel. We've got a couple news networks bringing us some interesting results, so let's take a look at those. CNN tells us that in the state of Arizona, with 28% of the votes in, Democrat Richard Carmona has 44% of the vote, and Republican Jeff Flake has 52% of the vote. CNN also tells us that in the state of Delaware, with 96% of the votes in, Democrat Tom Carper has 66% of the vote to Republican Kevin Wade's 29%, and CNN projects Thomas Carper to be the winner. CNN tells us that in the state of Nebraska, with 41% of the votes in, Kerry has 45% of the vote, and Deb Fisher has 55% of the vote, and they can project Nebraska is projected as Deb Fisher being the winner. And finally, in the state of Virginia, the Huffington Post tells us with 78% of the votes in, Democrat Tim Kaine and Republican George Allen are still neck and neck, Tim Kaine having 49% of the vote and Republican George Allen having 51% of the vote. Rachel, those are all the results that I have for you right now. Back to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Kayla. Now, earlier I talked with you about Hurricane Sandy. Now, I talked to you about how it affected my races. How did it affect your races?
Well, there was worry that states on the northeast coast of the United States would be affected by Hurricane Sandy, and that it would be difficult for voters to reach their voting precincts, and that the voting machines, that they wouldn't have electricity in those areas for the voting machines to actually work. Now, there was worry that the popular vote in states like New Jersey and Pennsylvania will be affected, but the most important thing is that everyone gets to count their vote. Back to you, Justin.
Thanks, Kayla. Definitely, the hurricane definitely put a twist in this year's election, and it's been very interesting to see what's happened. Back to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Justin. Now let's go over to Sydney Armstrong for an update on the United States gubernatorial races. Sydney?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some new results for you now. For the state of Montana, from CNN, with 6% of the votes in, Democrat Steve Bullock is in the lead with 57% of the votes, leaving Republican Rick Hill behind with 40% of the votes. This race has been very close, so we'll have to keep an eye on Montana. For the state of Indiana, from CNN, with 79% of the votes in, Republican Mike Pence is in the lead with 51% of the votes, and he's also projected to be the winner over John Gregg, who has 45% of the votes. For the state of West Virginia, from CNN also, we have 58% of the votes in, with Democrat and current Governor Earl Ray Tomblin in the lead with 51% of the votes, followed very closely behind by Republican Bill Maloney with 45% of the results. For the state of Utah, with 15% of the votes in, Republican and current Governor Gary Herbert is 55% of the votes and is projected to be the winner over Peter Cook, who has 42% of the results. And lastly, for the state of North Dakota, from CNN, we have 21% of the votes in, with Republican and current Governor Jack Dalrymple with 63% of the votes in, leaving Democrat Ryan Taylor with 34% of the votes. That's all the results I have for now, but stay tuned for more. Back to you, Rachel.
Thank you, Sydney. We will now go back over to Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning for more political analysis and interviews. Mr. Bluestein.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm Frank Bluestein, and I'm here with my co-host, Ruth Dunning, and we've been talking to lots of folks here on the political scene here in Germantown and from the surrounding area. And Ruth, we've probably talked about everything there is to talk about almost. I saw just a few minutes ago, or we heard that CNN has projected that the House of Representatives, the National House, will be a Republican majority again. I don't think that's a surprise.
No, that's not a surprise.
A lot of those races, when people talk about Congress and they talk about, they have this 9% approval rating, and then everyone's reelected. How is that? I mean,
well, incumbents get reelected 80-90% of the time, and they go in with a huge advantage. They also, if they are in the majority party, then every 10 years after the census, all the districts are redrawn. And if you're not happy with the way a district gets redrawn, you call it gerrymandering, and it frequently is. The rule is that districts should be compact and contiguous. Now, if you take a look at a map of Tennessee, that means you ought to have a map that looks like this, and you ought to draw a line here and then divide it up. But there's another requirement, and that is that those districts have to have very close to the same number of people. So population trumps compact and contiguous.
I see.
But in West Tennessee, we have 9 congressional districts. The 9th district wanders around all over West Tennessee, from the Kentucky border to the Mississippi border. That is not compact and contiguous. I think there's a case for gerrymandering in there, but
is that something you can bring to the attention of anyone? I mean, who do you go to say, is that a Supreme Court issue?
No, the districts are configured by state legislatures.
Yes.
So,
but if you don't like what they did,
well, sometimes the courts get involved.
That's what I mean.
Courts don't like to get involved, and sometimes if a legislature won't do the job and reconfigure, do whatever they have to do, there are deadlines, and then judges have to make it. Well, everybody screams about judges making laws, but the legislature wouldn't do it, and it has to be done by a certain time. That hasn't happened recently very often, but it's and the term, you know where the term came from?
I do not. Oh, yes, I do. I do know, because you tell me every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Then I forget.
I love talking about this, obviously. We talk about it all the time. Okay, tell me.
It's something to do with somebody named Jerry and Mandarin. I don't know.
His name was Eldridge Jerry, and he actually signed the Constitution.
Yes.
Declaration of Independence, I'm sorry. And he was governor in New England. And when they made this wild redistricting, this was early on, some wit said, oh, that looks like a salamander, and another wit said, no, it looks like a gerrymander. So it is now an official political term.
Well, I want to come back in a minute. We'll, in our next segment, let's talk some about the Electoral College again, because we're getting some reports that, and just looking at the vote totals right now anyway, that it could be that Romney might win the popular vote, but lose in the I keep saying electrical, the electoral side of the vote total, which of course is the all-important, but we don't know that yet. But let's, maybe by the next segment, we'll have a little bit more clarity on that. Right now, we're going to turn back to our local situation, and I'd like to welcome to our show Ken Hoover, who is tonight a candidate for the Germantown School Board. Mr. Hoover is running unopposed for the position 5 seat. Mr. Hoover has been involved in the drive for a municipal school system in Germantown since Memphis surrendered its charter almost 2 years ago. He serves on the steering committee of My Germantown Schools. And Ken, welcome to the show.
Nice to be here.
Tell us a little bit about My Germantown Schools. We have talked to several candidates tonight, and it seems like everyone, not everyone, but almost everyone that has won or ran unopposed was a member of My Germantown Schools. What is that organization? And
Paige Michael is one of the founding members of My Germantown Schools. Mark Deli, I don't know, did he visit with you tonight?
No, he did not.
His wife was on the steering committee, and Natalie Williams was on the steering committee for My Germantown Schools. When Memphis surrendered their charter, shortly thereafter, the Norris-Todd legislation ran through the state legislature in Nashville, and included in that was the provision that you could form a municipal school district if you lived in a county where these circumstances unfolded. It was clear to me at that instant that the right answer for Germantown was a municipal school district. 2 or 3 days after Norris-Todd passed, I started a Facebook page that still runs. It's got about 1,500 members. It's called Germantown Municipal School District Facebook group, and began looking for some like-minded citizens, and not people that were my friends or people that I knew, but I got references. I asked a number of different people. We need a group to act as a steering committee. We need a organized grassroots effort. Best if it represents the four corners of Germantown. Best if we can draw from public school parents, private school parents, empty nesters. And so I set out to find likely folks of those stripes. Dick Vosberg, Clint Harden were the empty nester crowd, and then we had a number of school parents. And our goal was to promote the formation of a municipal school district. Worked with the city leadership, the municipal government throughout that period, those 2 years. And then we were very, very active during the campaign season. You know, it seems like yard signs like dandelions here in November. I would be willing to wager that there has never been a heavier concentration of yard signs in Germantown than the 1,800 vote yes signs that we had standing in yards back in August. And of course we had an 87% yes vote. It was never really so much about getting a yes vote. I think that was going to happen without our effort. But it proved to be a great way to unify the city around an idea, unify the city around a project, and give people a way to get involved and a way to help make that happen. The watch party that we had on August 2nd at Garibaldi's was as electric of a room as I've been in a long time.
Did my Germantown Schools, they endorsed certain candidates, and will they function, do you think, still after this election?
You know, you introduced me as a member of the steering committee, and those of us who were running for office agreed that once we had the yes vote in our pocket, we would withdraw from the steering committee. And My Germantown Schools was organized as a PAC, a political action committee, for a couple of reasons. One, for the express purpose of being able to contribute to state legislators, to lobby on behalf of this issue. And it also creates a transparency that comes automatically with the filings of your financial disclosure forms. So those are the reasons we organized as a PAC. Well, as a PAC, it's unseemly for a political candidate to serve on the steering committee of a political action committee that might contribute to his campaign or her campaign. So all of us exited the steering committee. The remaining members, of which there were 3 at that point, have since then recruited replacements. Again, looking for that ideal of public school parent, private school parent, empty nester from the 4 corners of Germantown. And so I can't speak for what they'll do. That took me a long time to get there, didn't it? I don't know whether or not my Germantown schools will continue as a PAC going forward.
Let me ask you something. One of your goals was to get private school parents. Have you been able to recruit many private school parents?
Into the My Germantown Schools effort? Certainly we gained financial support. Certainly there were lots of private school parents who had signs in their yard. And I can't speak to the current steering committee, but we had a private school grandparent on the steering committee when I was part of the steering committee.
Okay.
What is your major goal now that you know the composition pretty much of the board? What is your first major goal that you'll pursue on the school board?
Well, I don't think our goals change based on the composition. And if you sat at the Municipal Center the day that we had the school board candidate forum, you had to walk out of that room going, we're going to have a really good school board. There's some great people who have volunteered to serve. As a school board, I think, and I think some of your earlier guests have talked about it, we have 2 really big things that have to happen quickly. We've got to find the right person to be the superintendent, somebody with the vision to lead us to meet our goal. And our goal is to be the best school district in Tennessee and one of the best districts in the nation. That's our goal. That's the standard against which we will measure ourselves. Kind of like the Poplar Pike Playhouse or GHS-TV. We will measure ourselves against the best anywhere. And we need a superintendent that is going to lead us to that goal. And then the second issue, of course, is we've got to have access to school buildings. You can't start a school district without school buildings. And so we've got to make that happen. There's several different ways that could happen, but the preferred path is to negotiate an agreement with the unified board. Let's agree that this is how we're going to handle this. But those conversations can't really start until we're installed as a school board.
And that happens December 1st? Is that?
That's correct. Yeah, which happens to fall on a Saturday. And I hope that we get sworn in and then have a meeting. We need to get to work.
And you know that earlier in the program, Lisa Parker said she wanted to be a candidate for the chairmanship of the board. And I know there's been much talk around the community that perhaps you would be interested in that position. Would you like to announce your candidacy for the chairmanship on our show as well?
Absolutely not.
You're not interested in being the chairman?
No, that's not what I said either. If my fellow school board members would like for me to be the chairman, I'd be delighted to serve in that role. But I believe if you look at the 5 people that we have, you're going to see a very cohesive Board of Education marching together towards a common goal. I don't think it's going to be a case of where the chairman is making decisions or leading the board one direction or another. I think we've all got our sights set on the same objective, and we've got 5 terrific people. I'm sure that we'll have a great chairman.
But you would certainly serve if...
Certainly.
If asked.
If asked.
Yes.
But you won't actively pursue that.
I have no plans to ask any of my fellow board members to nominate me to be the chairman, no.
And one final question about the school board, because this has come up, certainly this is the other, I think, thing that you hear a lot, not about the school board, but about the schools, is the financial situation. Everyone is talking about a world-class school system. We all know that the per pupil spending in this area is far below anything at the national level. And even though money doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a great school system, but there does seem to be a lot of concerns in that area. Are you concerned about that?
Am I concerned about the level of funding that we have?
Yes, and the amount of funding that you might have, and your ability, I guess, to get additional funds. Yeah,
so the planning that's taken place so far is all predicated on the premise of let's replicate, duplicate, match the programs that we have today. So, and I've had conversations with other people that say the floor, the absolute starting point that we cannot drop below is the current level of activity funding, the current level of achievement that we see in the schools in Germantown. So we've got to be at least as good as we are today. None of us, I think, joining the board see that as our destination. We want to improve dramatically from where we are, realize all of the opportunities that are available to us. Will that cost more money? I think there's a really decent chance that it will cost more money. You hear conversations at the Board of Aldermen level about property tax. We had a property tax increase last year, I think, 5-6 cent property tax increase. There were no torches, no pitchforks. The citizens of Germantown, I think, didn't move here for the lowest property tax rate they could find. In fact, clearly they didn't. There are lower property tax rates on either to the north and south of us. They moved to Germantown for premium services and value. Germantown citizens insist that we get value for the money that we spend. So if we're going to go to the Board of Aldermen, anytime we go to the Board of Aldermen and say 2.1 million is not enough, we need 3 million or 4 million, we're going to have to take them a case that says, and with that extra $1 million, we are going to do this. And we're going to have to tie that directly to student impact and student achievement. Will we find those opportunities? I think there's a good chance that we will. Will the board fund those opportunities? When we make the case that this is what it will deliver, the first time I think they will. And then when we deliver, we'll have credibility with the Board of Aldermen. This community wants the best school district in Tennessee. I think this community will embrace that. And if that means that we need a little bit more than $2.1 million, then the board will be compelled to go to the Board of Aldermen and say, here's what we need.
It looks like, Ken, from what I was saying before, that that Memphis is maybe voting against the
sales tax.
Yes,
Sales tax, yeah.
That's the information I've gotten, which I guess would be good for Germantown, or would make it easier.
You know, I don't really even get into that topic with people. It's so hideously complicated. When you start talking about the fact that sales tax revenue is divided at birth, with half of it going to education and half of it going to the municipality where it was raised, compared to perhaps a property tax increase levied countywide where the money could be directed to schools. The bottom line is, here in the suburbs, we pay about 40% of the total property tax burden in Shelby County for county taxes. About 25% of the sales tax is collected outside of the city limits of Memphis. So when you pay for county government with a sales tax, Memphis subsidizes the suburbs. When you pay for county government with a property tax, the suburbs subsidize Memphis. As a school board member, if that referendum passed in Memphis, we'd be looking at $1 million increase in our budget without ever going to see the Board of Aldermen, just for our trickle down of that education portion. So a lot of people have gotten very excited. At the end of the day, the Unified District's got a $70 million, $60 million budget gap. At the end of the day, the County Commission is going to pump more money into education. And whether you do that through the sales tax or property tax, in my opinion, Germantown residents are getting off about 5 or 6 cents cheaper in property tax by the sales tax referendum passing. So I talked for a long time to say that's a coin toss to me. I'm not overly excited about which way that goes.
Well, we'll see what happens tonight. The one thing we do know is that you've been elected to the new school board. We'll wait. I think everyone's waiting to see what the judge will do in the case. And once all of that's resolved, we wish you the very best of luck with the new school system and with your plans. It sounds really exciting, and thank you for being so concerned about education in our community.
Thank you for having me tonight, Frank. I've been looking forward to being here. I'm glad I finally got here.
That's great. Thank you. That was Germantown School Board candidate Ken Hoover. Let's head back over to Rachel Shannon in our election night headquarters and see all of what's going on or hear all about it. Rachel?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bluestein. We're going to take a short break, but don't change that channel. We already have results in from 4 key battleground states. Stay with us.
You can now watch your favorite Germantown community television shows from anywhere in the world. GHS-TV is streaming online, live 24/7. A viewing screen displays our channel just like you see on television. Simply visit our website at www.ghstv.org. So log on and enjoy hometown news from anywhere in the world, only at ghstv.org.
You're watching the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station.
Welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. With your moderator, Rachel Shannon, presidential anchor Kayla Myers, and Germantown anchor Michaela Amos, state anchor Emily Wolf, and U.S. Senate anchor Justin Rowland, U.S. House anchor Cooper Turrell, and gubernatorial anchor Sidney Armstrong, and political analyst Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2012. Now here's your moderator, Rachel Shannon.
Welcome back to Election Night 2012. Now let's go straight over to Kayla Myers for an update on the presidential election. Kayla?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some very key battleground states. Reporting from NBC in the state of Nebraska, with 51% of the votes in, President Obama has 40% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 58% of the votes. And just a reminder, Nebraska's electoral votes are split. 3 of them go to the president and 2 go to their congressional pick. Reporting from Huffington Post in the state of Iowa, with 24% of the votes in, President Obama has 57% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 42% of the votes. Reporting from ABC in the state of North Carolina, with 94% of the votes in, President Obama has 49% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 50% of the votes. So ABC has projected Governor Romney to win the state of North Carolina. Reporting from NBC in the state of Ohio, with 64% of the votes in, President Obama has 50% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 48% of the votes. It looks like they've gotten closer in Ohio, but Governor Romney really needs Ohio because no Republican candidate has won without Ohio. Reporting from Huffington Post in the state of Florida, with 91% of the votes in, President Obama and Governor Romney are still tied. And lastly, an update on our electoral vote. President Obama, with the addition of Florida, has 244 electoral votes, and Governor Romney has 189 electoral votes. Those are all the results I have for you, Rachel. I'll check back in with you later.
Thanks, Kayla. Now let's go over to Michaela Amos for an update on the Germantown School Board and Alderman races. Michaela?
Thanks, Rachel. I don't have any new results for you right now, but I'd like to review the results that we just got. And remember, while we do have all of our precincts reporting, these are not final because we haven't factored in early voting or absentee ballots yet. So looking at position 3, we do have incumbent Mike Palazzolo leading with 74% of the vote to Sidney Kewen's 26%. Looking at position 4, we do currently have Forrest Owens leading with 56% of the vote to Mark Billingsley's 44%. Looking at position 5, we still currently have Rocky Yonda leading with 52% of the vote to Kyle Wiggins' 48%. Looking at school board position 3, we have Natalie Williams leading with 67% of the vote to Sammy Job's 33%. And looking at school board position 4, we have Lisa Parker leading with 44% of the vote to Brent Brockway's 37% and Edgar Babian's 19%. And I haven't talked at all tonight about our unopposed candidates. Now in school board position 1, Paige Michael is running unopposed. In position 2, Mark DeLay is running unopposed. And in position 5, Ken Hoover is also running unopposed. And all of these candidates do currently have 100% of the vote in their respective races. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Michaela. Now let's go over to Justin Rowland for an update on the United States Senate. And Justin, I hear that your races are very close.
Yes, Rachel. In fact, I have several close races to bring to you right now from a couple news networks, so let's take a look at those. First of all, CNN tells us that in the state of Utah, they can predict Republican Orrin Hatch to be the winner with 52% of the vote to Democrat Scott Howell's 44%, and that's with 15% of the votes in. The Huffington Post tells us that in the state of Montana, with 2% of the votes in, Democrat John Tester has 55% of the vote, and Republican Denny Rayburg has 44% of the vote. CNN tells us that in the state of Virginia, with 68% of the votes in, Democrat Tim Kaine and Republican George Allen are deadlocked 50% to 50%. And finally, CNN tells us that in the state of Texas, with 61% of the votes in, Democrat Paul Sedler has 40% of the vote, and Republican Ted Cruz has been projected as the winner with 57% of the vote. Rachel, those are all the results that I have for right now. Back to you.
Thanks, Justin. Now let's head over to Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning for more political commentary, analysis, and interviews. Mr. Bluestein.
Thank you so much, Rachel. I'm Frank Bluestein, and I'm here in the Germantown Election Night headquarters with my co-host, Ruth Dunning, and we've been having a great time tonight talking with a lot of local folks who are running for office, and then we've also been analyzing the national scene. And Ruth, it's looking like Florida again. Looking here at my computer, that is tightened up again. Well, it's been tight. It's been with just a point percentage away from whatever. Now they're like 0.2% apart. So is Florida going to be the issue again, do you think?
Oh, I do hope not. You know, we had hanging chads, we had recounts, we had one judge saying continue the recount, another judge said not. Finally, the Supreme Court got involved. And nobody was very happy with that. Well, I guess George Bush was happy because he won. But that was one of the elections that had a split.
We're talking 2000.
2000.
Gore and Bush number 2.
Right. And Al Gore had 500,000 more votes, popular votes, than George Bush did. But Bush had one more electoral vote and one in the Electoral College. Now, the Electoral College was instituted in the Constitution, and at a time when ordinary voters weren't trusted as much as we trust them now. And so this was designed as a way to kind of correct any horrors that the popular vote might come up with.
And why do you think, I mean, we've changed the rule on presidential, we've changed the rule early on about the Senate being directly elected. We've changed the rule about presidential succession. I'm talking about constitutional laws. Why has this remained so? I mean, they've spent $2 billion basically on 10 different states.
Well, small states won't tolerate the idea of changing it. Small states get away from the idea a little bit of one man, one vote. The electors that each state have are you add the number of representatives plus the 2 senators. Well, if you only have 1 representative plus 2 senators, each one of the people in your state's vote counts more than California, where you have 55, actually you have 53 representatives plus 2, so that dilutes the influence of each voter. And small states won't tolerate it. There are laws,
so nothing has changed in 200 and some odd years.
Right. Although there are other plans. There are plans to add, for example, 100 electors for the person who gets the popular vote majority. Yeah. And there are a lot of these other plans. They're all designed to go back and make sure that the person who had the popular vote does not lose in the Electoral College.
Not to prolong, but I think what's so interesting is that the United States talks about wanting to have democracies in every country in the world, and we're so, which as we should be, adamant about that. But yet, when it comes to our own election, we're one of the. I don't know. Is there anyone else that even has a system like this that's not directly elected?
No.
I would think in some of the other countries where they have these huge protests that they'd be going crazy if somebody imposes something. Okay, so we're going to talk some more about that, and I want to talk to you in our next segment about the other Tennessean besides Al Gore. Those of you that are watching this, go check your Google up to find out who was the other Tennessean that also won the popular vote, like Al Gore, but lost in the Electoral College, and you'll be surprised about that. Right now, though, we're going to get back to more local politics. We have with us Rocky Yonda and Sidney Kuhn, 2 candidates for Germantown Alderman. Mr. Yonda is running for Alderman position 5. He's a graduate of Germantown High School, vice president of the Leadership Germantown Alumni Association, and sits on the board of the Roanoke Homeowners Association. Mr. Kuhn is a candidate for position 3. He's an active volunteer in the community and worked for Exxon for 45 years. He is currently a broker for a Cry-like affiliate in Germantown. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know you're both new to politics, so to speak, at least in the Germantown arena, at least as far as I know, new to Germantown politics. Could you both just tell us why you decided to get involved in this election? Rocky, we'll start with you.
Well, I've been involved in commissions and involved in the community, and I graduated from Germantown High School, as you said, but I just thought it was time to, give back. And it was more of a personal commitment than any kind of political aspirations and everything. So I wanted to get more involved, and I think with my business background, I can help the city.
Is there a particular interest that you have? I mean, like some people, we heard from, I guess we heard from your opponent, Mr. Wiggins, who seemed to really focus on the schools as the reason why he jumped in the race. Would that have been your motivation, or was there?
There was a partial motivation, that's for sure. I think it's important. I have 4 grandsons that live here in Germantown that I want the schools to be what I call a level 1 school. But there's other things that I can contribute. Obviously, I do payroll and I do 401ks, and I think there's some financial things coming up on the horizon that I could help with also. And I just think it's time for a businessman to be on there so you can get a different perspective. On that.
You've been endorsed by both parties, right?
Well, yeah, by the Germantown school people also, and several people in the
political
arena, right? So, but it's just I really love Germantown. I really want to be part of it more than I am now, and I think being an alderman's it.
We're just waiting on those early voting returns. Do you have any information that we don't have?
No, I do not.
I guess you're waiting because yours is a very close race.
Right, very close.
And you're just separated by a few hundred votes, and obviously that could make a difference because there were so many people that voted in that particular race.
Absolutely. Do you know what the number was? It was over 13,000, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah. I don't think those weren't all the Germantown citizens, or were they all Germantown citizens?
I think it was very close.
Really?
Yeah, to that number.
Well, we're waiting.
Only Germantown citizens could vote in his race.
Right, that's true.
Well, I just meant at
those precincts.
At those precincts.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Well, we'll find out. We hope very shortly. We're anxiously waiting that result so we can at least get some clarity and conclusion, closure, I guess, to say on this race.
I know Sydney and I are really waiting for it. I can tell you that.
Right.
Yeah.
And Mr. Coon, tell me about your situation in terms of why you decided to jump into the race and become an alderman candidate.
Well, I think my experience in life has been in the business world. I worked, of course, for one of the largest companies in the world, and have been involved in retail, small businesses. Matter of fact, I helped them operate some 600 stores across the nation. And I think my talent that I have developed through that experience, I wanted to use in the leadership of our city. And I'm concerned about several areas, as other people are. And so I feel like my life's experience I wanted to put into the city leadership.
How do you both feel about the next 4 years? But I know the school issue is probably the one that's just looming so large. Are there other issues that are out there that you're concerned about for the city of Germantown, either one of you?
Any special vision that you have?
Well, I think part of my vision for the city is that we've got other problems that we must solve. We've got a tremendous number of small retail businesses that are empty shells today. We've got office space that is vacant, and we need some proactive initiatives to respond to that immediately, because we need sales tax dollars for a school system. And we're coming up soon for another reevaluation of property taxes. And quite frankly, being in the real estate business, I'm finding that property values are continuing to drop in many instances in our city. So I'm concerned about the where we will get tax dollars to pay for the school system, and the way we'll get it is for businesses to come back to our city. So I'm concerned about bringing new businesses and to keep what we have in our city.
And do you think that city government can play a role in that?
I think so, absolutely.
How?
Well, by taking proactive initiatives and getting lessors and small business operators to, in effect, as someone said, we need to have some prayer meetings. And we need to understand each other's business and what it takes to make profit in businesses, and that takes cooperation between city, lessors, developers, and the business men in our community. And if we don't have that, we'll continue to lose businesses in our city.
Rocky, what about you?
Well, yes, we definitely need to improve our commercial and retail footprint. There's no doubt about it. That's extremely important. I think we need to be taking a look at our health care that we offer our employees. I think there was over a budget of $1 million. And I think that we have some retirement issues coming up in the near future. The commercial and...
Well, would you explain that, the retirement?
Retirement, meaning that we're going to have some people retiring at 55 or earlier that get full retirement, and that will end up costing more and more money.
So concerned about the growing pension.
Yeah, the growing pension, because you've seen it with the other small cities. We have those same kind of pensions,
right.
And I think possibly there's other options that'll be beneficial to both the employee and to the citizens that are funding it, basically. That's really important. But my business is an office business, and we have 2 offices over off of Cordy's, and we contribute an awful lot of sales tax and gross receipts tax also. So there's other people, other businesses that you can go after that are not light industrial or not industrial that will contribute to the community. And I'm amazed at how much we give in sales tax and stuff, which of course is important to our schools and everything else that we have going on here. And our sales tax is dropping. And I think it has a lot to do with our construction issues that we have.
Well,
I think your opponent earlier on the show brought up the ambulance service. Now, neither one of you mentioned that. Are you in favor of Germantown contracting for their own ambulance service?
I'm in favor of being able to look at all the numbers. I think there's 3 different ways. We reevaluate who we're using right now. Is there what's wrong with that? What's right with it? I think looking at having our firemen do it, and I think maybe looking at someone else contracting it. I think that we need to do what's best for the citizens of this community. And I think that's 3 different options that we can look at. And if it's best to have our firemen do it, and it's the most cost effective and the best, and the people I've talked to have felt that's the direction we're heading, but we have those other 2 options. Is there anything wrong with what we have right now?
Mr. Cohen, how do you feel about that?
Well, I feel like that actually there's 4 options. The 4th option was to lease rather than purchase ambulances. That was the 4th one, and that may be the best option of all of them. But
to save the startup costs, right?
They are looking at the numbers. We have not seen any of the final numbers, and my vote would be to do what is best for the citizens of our city. And and I'm sure that whoever wins the election will do that.
Think the same way.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to have new faces, new blood running for office. There have been years we've done this show, and the election cycle, there's hardly anyone even running. Everybody was running. In fact, there was one year everybody ran unopposed. So to have this much activity and this much interest in our city, I think speaks to the vibrancy of the city. And just so appreciate you both being on our show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we go back, Ruth, I'm just looking at my computer, and Huffington Post has called the election for Barack Obama. They've given him 275 electoral votes. Okay. So I don't know where those are from yet. Hopefully our folks over in Election Central will know that answer. But I just saw it pop up on my screen. So thank you again, gentlemen.
Thank you all.
That was Alderman candidates Rocky Yonda and Sidney Cohen. And now let's head back to Rachel Shannon, and let's hear what's happening on the presidential scene and everywhere else in our election night headquarters. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bluestein. And now, Reporter Matt Coons and videographer Ryan Sweeney take us to actual Germantown precincts where they talk with local citizens about the possible new school system.
The big day was today, and all the candidates were out campaigning with everything they've got, even the dogs. And there are plenty of significant issues on the ballot.
Well, I've got 4 children in the school system, and this is the first opportunity in a generation we have to actually positively impact our community.
The Germantown Municipal School System is one of the main issues heating up in Germantown.
If you're not willing to step up and be a part of it, then it isn't going to happen.
Many of the voters we talked to felt that the municipal school issue was on the top of the priority list.
I feel like Germantown should take control and take them over.
I think the schools are great. My kids have been in the public schools for several years.
Locally run smaller school districts do better.
Candidates for the new school board are coming from deep inside Germantown.
Local control over our own school system will provide us the ability to manage our schools for our children.
I want Germantown schools to be the best school system in the country.
But the municipal school system is currently under review by Judge Mays, and this is putting some of the candidates on edge.
Me and the other candidates, we don't feel very well about it because we've all spent a lot of money on this race.
Even some of the voters are concerned with the ruling.
And if it's overruled, I think it's really essential that the people of Germantown keep searching for other ways to maintain control over the quality of the school system. There's nothing more important.
The Germantown municipal school system issue is one that is really pulling on the strings of all the Germantown voters and is causing this major turnout. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Matt. Now, let's go to Cooper Turrell, who will update us on the United States House races. And Cooper, I hear you are getting a lot of results in from the west part of the country.
Yeah, Rachel, I've also just gotten a couple races in from New York as well who are giving us results now. In New York's 18th district, with 2% of the votes in, Democrat Sean Maloney has 57% of the votes over Republican Nan Hayworth with 43% of the votes. And now moving on to the west, in Arizona's 1st district with 26% of the votes, Republican Jonathan Patton has 50% of the votes over Democrat Ann Kirkpatrick with 44% of the votes. In Colorado's 6th district with 54% of the votes in, Republican Mike Kaufman has a slight lead of 50% of the votes over Democrat Joe McClosey's 45% of the votes. And in Arizona's 9th district with 8% of the votes in, Democrat Kristen Sinema has 48% of the votes, only a slight 2% lead over Republican Vernon Parker, who has 46%. Those are all the results I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Cooper. Now let's go over to Sydney Armstrong for an update on the United States gubernatorial races. Sydney?
Thanks, Rachel. I have just 3 results for you now. To begin, we have results for the state of Montana from CNN with 8% of the votes in. Democrat Steve Bullock has 54% of the votes, followed by Republican Rick Hill with 43% of the votes. From CNN also, for the state of Vermont, we have 62% of the votes in, with Democrat and current Governor Peter Shumlin being projected to be the winner with 58% of the votes, followed by Republican Randy Brock with 37% of the votes. And lastly, for the state of Utah, from CNN, we have 20% of the votes in, with Republican and current Governor Gary Herbert with 61% of the votes. Now, he's also projected to be the winner over Democrat Peter Cook with 36% of the votes. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Sydney. We're going to take a short break, but stay tuned for more election night coverage.
You've watched it over the span of 3 decades. We've dedicated ourselves to making it a fantastic community show, and the Alliance for Community Media has named GHS-TV's Crosstalk the best informational program in the country. From coverage of important area issues and events to conversations with high-profile local, national, and international personalities, Crosstalk keeps you informed and entertained. Don't miss Crosstalk, produced entirely by the students of Germantown High School. The news show airs each week only on Germantown Community Television, cable channel 17.
You're watching the the award-winning GHS-TV, Germantown Community Television, your hometown news and information station.
Welcome to Germantown Community Television's live coverage of Election Night 2012. With your moderator, Rachel Shannon, presidential anchor Kayla Myers, and Germantown anchor Michaela Amos, state anchor Emily Wolf, and U.S. Senate anchor Justin Rowland, U.S. House anchor Cooper Turrell, and gubernatorial anchor Sidney Armstrong, and political analyst Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning. This is Election Night 2012. Now here's your moderator, Rachel Shannon.
Welcome back to Election Night 2012. Now let's go over to Kayla Myers for an update on the presidential election. Kayla?
Thanks, Rachel. Here are some more results for you. Reporting from NBC in the state of North Carolina, with 98% of the votes in, President Obama has 48% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 51% of the votes. This is no surprise since it had been leaning Republican. Reporting from CNN in the state of Colorado, with 68% of the votes in, President Obama has 51% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 47% of the votes. If Governor Romney wants to win this battleground state, he needs to appeal to the women. Reporting from the NewYorkTimes.com in the state of Iowa, with 13% of the votes in, President Obama has 59% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 40% of the votes. And the New York Times is projecting President Obama to be the winner of Iowa. Reporting from NBC in the state of Nevada, with 1% of the votes in, President Obama has 34% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 64% of the votes. This is a surprise since Nevada had been leading Democratically. Lastly, reporting from NBC News in the state of Ohio, with 66% of the votes in, President Obama has 50% of the votes, and Governor Romney has 48% of the votes. And NBC News has projected President Obama to be the winner of Ohio. Those are all the results I have for you, Rachel. I'll update you later. So, Sydney, I know that Montana is a very interesting race for you. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Well, Montana's race was predicted to be very, very close, and it still is. Currently, Steve Bullock is just barely in the lead over Rick Hill, so we'll have to see how that turns out. Now back to Rachel.
Thanks, Sydney. Now let's go back over to Michaela Amos for an update on the Germantown Alderman and school board races this evening. Michaela?
Thanks, Rachel. I have some more results for you right now, and they are factored in with absentee and early voting, so let's take a look. In our Alderman Position 3 race, we have Mike Palazzolo leading with 75% of the vote to Sidney Kewen's 24%. Looking at Position 4, we have Forrest Owens leading with 55% of the vote to Mark Billingsley's 45%. Looking at Position 5, we have Rocky Yonda leading with 52% of the vote to Kyle Wiggins' 47%. Looking at our School Board Position 1, unopposed candidate Paige Michael has 99% of the vote. Looking at Position 2, unopposed candidate Mark DeLay has 100% of the vote. Looking at Position 3, Natalie Williams is leading with 67% of the vote to Sammy Job's 33%. Looking at Position 4, Lisa Parker is leading with 44% of the vote to Brent Brockway's 35% and Edgar Babian's 21%. And lastly, looking at our School Board Position 5, unopposed candidate Ken Hoover is holding 100% of the vote. And that's all that I have for you right now, Rachel. Back to you.
Thanks, Michaela. Now let's go over to Emily Wolf to see just how our state of Tennessee is voting tonight. Emily?
All right, Rachel, well, we're nearing the end of the night, and with 94% of the vote in for the U.S. House 9 race, we have Cohen with 75% and Flynn with 24%, and Cohen is our projected winner. For the U.S. Senate race, with 83% of the vote in, we have Bob Corker leading Mark Clayton with 65% and Clayton 30%, and Corker is the projected winner. On the Memphis City sales tax referendum, with 94% of the vote in, we have 62% against and 38% for, and it looks like that referendum will be denied. In the U.S. House District 8 with 77% of the votes in, we have Stephen Fincher with 65% and Timothy Dixon with 31%, and Fincher is the projected winner in this race. And just a short confirmation for the Tennessee State House seats in our local districts, which is 83, 95, and 96, encompassing Memphis, Germantown, and Cordova. The unopposed incumbents Mark White, Curry Todd, and Steve McManus will be keeping their seats tonight, and that is all the results I have for you. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Emily. We will now go back to Frank Bluestein and Ruth Dunning for their final interview and analysis of the night. Mr. Bluestein?
Thank you so much, Rachel. I'm Frank Bluestein. I think this is our final segment here for GHS-TV's Election Night Central, and it's just going to be Ruth and Ruth and Frank. This 30-year-old, well, we're a little older than 30 years old, but we've been doing this for 30 years and have enjoyed every 2 years that we get to do this. I think. It's looking like, let's talk first about on the national, according to the computer here and all the sources, not all the sources, but most of the sources now are reporting that Obama will get at least 275 electoral votes.
Right. Even though at this point he's still behind in the popular vote.
He is way behind in the popular vote.
Well, we've got some very populous states yet whose totals haven't come in. I mean, they called California with essentially 0% of the vote counted. So, I mean, as the winner. So, there are some, but it may be. He may be, the fifth.
The fifth. I was saying before when we were talking earlier, I was saying that there have been 4 candidates so far in election history and presidential election history that did win the popular vote but lost the electoral vote. And 2 of those were Tennesseans. One was Al Gore, and that was in the year 2000. And then the other that my research has shown was actually Andrew Jackson, and that was in the election of 1828, when he ran against John Quincy Adams. And no, I'm wrong on that. That was 1824. In 1824, he ran against John Quincy Adams, was not elected, and then he was, of course, elected in 1828 and served through 1836.
By the way, Frank is one of the few people who can absolutely tell you all the presidents in order, and he's now working on the vice presidents.
I am. I'm very proud of that. I can tell you all that. I know that the other 2, and this is always down to Florida, there was that incredible race. We think that the Gore race and Bush race was the first Florida race, but not so. 1876, Samuel Tilden ran against Rutherford Hayes.
That was a big scandal. Yeah.
Right. I mean, Tilden definitely won the popular vote, and Hayes squeaked through the Electoral College after a 3-month ordeal.
Yes, that has sometimes been called a stolen election.
Yes, probably so. And then you had Grover Cleveland, and that was interesting too. Grover Cleveland was the president, then was not reelected, even though he won the popular vote, but lost the electoral vote. So he came back 4 years later, ran again, and did win. So,
and he's the only president who's ever served a split term like that.
Exactly. Interesting. Well, I mean, obviously he was popular. So we talked before about whether there should be an electoral college or not, and every 4 years there's clamoring to do away with it, but then it just always dies out.
As I say, small states are not going to, it gives their citizens a little bit more of an edge in the election.
I think on the local side, when we come back, we do have some exciting news. We've got, I believe, the results now in with the early voting. And if I'm correct, what's happening in early voting is that it looks like, well, it doesn't look like, it is correct, that Yonda has defeated Kyle Wiggins. We knew that Palazzolo had defeated Sidney Kuhn in his race. That was a big total. And then also in that final race, what's the final race that I'm leaving out? Forrest Owens did defeat the incumbent, Mark Billingsley. And then in the school board race, Ms. Williams won her election, and the final election, it looks like Lisa Parker did squeak out a victory in that race over Brent Brockaway and Edgar Babian. So our folks are going to have all the results on that race in just 1 minute. It seems like just so often that there's this anti-incumbency thing too that goes on. Even though Mr. Palazzolo won a big margin,
Huge.
Mr. Billingsley lost, not by a huge margin, but lost, and he was an incumbent.
Substantially.
Yeah. How does that work? I mean, it just seems so personality-driven to me.
Well, it is, and then sometimes there are other factors at play, other dynamics that Mr. Billingsley talked about. And that may have affected his race, or maybe not. That his perception may not be accurate.
Well, it's been an exciting night, Ruth.
It has indeed.
As usual, I'm always intrigued by all the things you have to say and the lessons learned. And we've had some great guests.
Absolutely.
And hopefully we'll be around in 2 more years to do this again. Maybe if we're not.
Well, maybe in a wheelchair. At one of these.
Maybe they'll do remote in the rest home, and we'll both be there. We've had a lot of fun. This has been an exciting evening here at Germantown Community Television. I'd like to thank my co-host Ruth Dunning for giving us such thoughtful and insightful analysis all evening. A special thanks goes out as well to the incredible crew of over 250 volunteers here at the studio and out at the polling sites. And most of all, thanks to each of you for watching our programming tonight. Please join us on a regular basis here at GHS-TV. We offer over 700 hours of quality programming, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. On behalf of Ruth Dunning and the entire GHS-TV Election Night team, I'd like to thank you for watching Election Night 2012. And now let's go back for our final segment with Rachel Shannon and all of our GHS-TV outstanding anchors to close out tonight's show. Rachel?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bluestein and Ms. Dunning. And now, GHS-TV gives you an exclusive behind-the-scenes look of Election Night 2012. These Germantown High School students are engrossed in a lesson about politics.
Too many congressmen who are elected.
The teacher is Germantown Community Television political analyst Ruth Dunning. Her 14 pupils, anchors, and anchor producers for the student-run station's live coverage of Election Night 2012. They've been meeting for months, going over everything from local races to the battle for the White House.
Dunning's meetings are crucial to being an election night anchor.
She'll make comments and to make things more clear for us, and that's just been such a huge help to all of us.
I have been amazed always at how well students do.
This is the 30th year of GHS-TV's election coverage. Back then, it was the first time the station produced a live show.
Good evening and welcome to Election Coverage 1982.
It was just a great experience, and we felt like it would be something that was really helpful, not only for the community, but it was also helpful for the students because they got to be involved in a giant civics lesson.
Today, this mammoth production uses over 100 volunteers and stretches throughout the city of Germantown. Aside from the 7 student anchors who analyze results, students exit poll every Germantown precinct, scour the newswire for the latest actual returns, tabulate the numbers, and crew this 3-hour broadcast.
I'm in the great position where I get to see other people's work and I notice things that maybe they don't notice, and it's really cool to see how everything's coming together.
There's over 12 different mics going at one time, and it gets really complicated for us, so we really have to be on our game.
The students appreciate being involved in such a monumental event and say that this experience will give them a leg up wherever they go.
The setting of Election Night 2012 is very professional, and it just gets you set up for most likely what you're going to deal with in the future.
When it comes time for me to cast my vote and be able to elect our next president, that definitely everything I've learned here will affect the way that I vote.
Reporting for GHS-TV, I'm Rachel Shannon. And now let's go over to Justin Rowland for his final results of the night for the United States Senate. Justin?
Thanks, Rachel. I've just taken a last look at the results, and from some of our key races tonight in Massachusetts, Missouri, Indiana, Virginia, and Wisconsin, it looks like the Democrats are going to take all of them. Now, this is a huge blow to the Republican Party because they considered all of those races to be must-win races to take majority of the Senate tonight. And although we can't call it yet, it looks like Democrats are going to continue to hold on to majority of the Senate. Now, as predicted, the Democrats did give up a couple seats, but in the end, Republican blunders and a huge Democratic voter turnout made the possibility of a GOP takeover non-existent. Like in all the different elections tonight, it's been a very exciting night in the Senate. And I'd like to thank everyone for staying tuned to listen to Senate results all night long. The Senate elections are always just as exciting as the presidential election, so I hope that you'll join us again in 2 years. But for right now, for the last time, back to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Justin. And now let's go to Cooper Turrell for his final update on the United States House races for the evening. Cooper.
Thanks, Rachel. Just taking a quick last glance at the final results of some key districts, like Florida's 18th and New York's 18th that I talked about a little earlier in the show. These races are still undecided, with Allen West and Patrick Murphy still neck and neck, now with 92% of the votes in. And in New York's 18th, it seems that Hayworth lost her lead. So it seems the Tea Party did not gain the support it needed in the House. And after tonight's results, analysts could be correct in saying that it reached its pinnacle in the 2010 elections. Now, looking at the California polls, who have very few results at this point, it does appear that the Democrats are putting up a fight, but their efforts seem to be in vain, as Republicans all across the board have won their districts. So it seems that the Democrats were unable to perform a takeover, and that the GOP will be holding on to the House for another 2 years. So this has certainly been an exciting election. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Cooper. Now let's go over to Sydney Armstrong for her last update on the United States gubernatorial races. Sydney?
Thanks, Rachel. To conclude our gubernatorial results for tonight, I'm going to read one last round of results from CNN. For the state of North Carolina, with 98% of the votes in, Republican Pat McCrory has been projected to be the winner. For the state of New Hampshire, with 56% of the votes in, Democratic Maggie Hassan has been projected as winner. For the state of Montana, with only 11% of the votes in, the race is still not called, with Democrat Steve Bullock leading with 56% of the votes. And for the state of Missouri, with 59% of the votes in, Democratic Governor Jay Nixon has been projected to be this winner. And lastly, for the state of Washington, with 37% of the votes in, Republican Rob McKenna is in the lead with 54% of the votes. As it looks, the GOP's prediction to win the majority of governorships may still be true, but most of the key races tonight have voted for a Democratic governor. Most of the incumbent governors have also been reelected for another term in office. I'd like to thank you so much for tuning in. For the last time from me, back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Sydney. And now let's go to Kayla Myers for her last update on the presidential election.
Thanks, Rachel. For our last electoral vote count, President Obama has 284 electoral votes with the addition of Colorado, and Governor Romney has 203 electoral votes. Since we have come to the closing of our program, this presidential election has been extremely competitive, one that has seen a massive voter turnout. Although we don't have the results for Virginia, Florida, or Nevada, President Obama has exceeded the 270 votes he needs to win his second term in the White House. President Obama has won all of the states that were leaning towards him, and he captured key battleground states such as Ohio, Colorado, Iowa, New Hampshire, and Wisconsin from his opponent Mitt Romney, which has caused his victory. This is definitely a major victory for the Democratic Party. Once again, congratulations to President Obama on his re-election to the Oval Office. And I'd like to thank you for sticking with me tonight and tuning in. And for the last time, back to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Kayla. And now let's go over to Michaela Amos for her final update on the Germantown Alderman and School Board races. Michaela?
Thanks, Rachel. I have our final results of the evening for you right now. In our Alderman Position 3 race, I can tell you that incumbent Mike Palazzolo has been elected to another term with 75% of the vote to Sidney Kuen's 24. In our Position 4 race, Forrest Owens has been elected to his first term holding 55% of the vote over incumbent Mark Billingsley's 45. In position 5, Rocky Yonda has been elected to his first term, with 52% of the vote over Kyle Wiggins' 47. In school board position 1, Paige Michael, our unopposed candidate, has been elected with 100% of the vote. In position 2, Mark DeLay, our other unopposed candidate, has been elected with 100% of the vote. In position 3, Natalie Williams has been elected with 67% of the vote. In position 4, Lisa Parker has been elected with 44% of the vote. And in position 5, our unopposed candidate, Ken Hoover, has been elected with 100% of the vote. So from everyone here at GHS-TV, we would like to congratulate all of our new City of Germantown officials, and we look forward to seeing what you can do for our great city. So for the last time, back to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Michaela. And finally, let's go over to Emily Wolf for her final update on the Tennessee state races. Emily?
Thanks, Rachel. Just as some final results, U.S. Senate Bob Corker is heading into his second term, and U.S. House District 8 Stephen Fincher will be also heading into his second term. U.S. House 7 Marsha Blackburn heading into her fifth term. U.S. House 9 Stephen Cohen heading into a second term, and the Memphis City half-cent sales tax increase will not be going through, despite all the ads from the Memphis City. And the races in our volunteer state have been quite consistent with what was expected tonight, and it has been concluded that Republicans will maintain control of the state House and Senate. And some of our representatives heading into a first term and some of them into a fourth or fifth. But we want to congratulate all of them on their victories, and it has been a great election this year. And for the final time, back to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Emily. And that concludes our races for this year's coverage of election night. I would like to especially thank Ruth Dunning for her political analysis, and I'd also like to thank all of the guests on tonight's show. Don't forget to tune in into 2014 for our next live cablecast of election night. On behalf of all of the anchors and crew at Germantown Community Television, we thank you for joining us tonight, and we hope that this year's live cablecast has been both informative and entertaining. Our congratulations to the winners of all races, local and national, and a huge congratulations to our new Commander-in-Chief, Barack Obama, on his re-election. If you would like to hear more about election night or any other program on GHS-TV, please visit our website at www.ghstv.org, where we are streaming live 24 hours a day, or call us at 754-4788. You can also follow the station on Facebook and Twitter. Thank you again for joining us, and have a wonderful night.